If you've ever been excited to not have to think about a dot plot this time around, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button. Folks, welcome back. It is, of course, FOMC day, but there shouldn't be a dot plot today, so we should be all right. Should have some pretty significant movement. Well, we'll see. Maybe it's a nothing burger. Who knows? I'd like to hear from you folks, but we do have that huge decision here today. We're going to be running a poll about that as well. More news here on the AI front, and then, of course, the kickoff of the really big earnings here tonight with Tesla, Meta, and Microsoft. So we're going to be covering all of those later today. We're going to be talking about them, and undoubtedly, we're going to be trading them here today. So let's just go ahead and get started. Benzinga's pre-market playbook starts right now. Good morning, folks, and welcome back. And to those of you that are already trading SLXN, giddy up. You had a nice break higher. That thing wasn't pulling at all. Not surprised to see that thing run. Chris, another successful scalp on SLXN. Let's go. Starting early here today. That is awesome. Steve, good morning. Welcome back. It's great to see you. Bobby, I love this energy. LFG morning crew. Indeed. Welcome back. Peter, great to see you again. Welcome back. Paul, good morning. Welcome back. Rocket from Guardians. Is it live? We live now, boss. Welcome back. Good morning. Nice to see you. Prudenica, I hope I pronounced your name correct. Good morning. Jeff became a member. Welcome to Zinger Nation, Jeff. Good morning. Let me know if there's a stock that you want broken down, or if you want, wait till 13 shows up and you can get double the opinion on that. Microphone check 1, 2. What is this? Rocket, we're good. Sunkissed Yogi, good morning. Welcome back. Drew, welcome back. Chuck, it's good to see you as always. Jonathan, welcome back. Big Bees, welcome back. Larry, welcome back. Bernhard, welcome back. Hustle and Bustle, CG Trader, Arhan, Eli, Diggity Risk. Okay. White Chocolate Mocha. Tom. Let's go. Kayla, good morning. Diamond Hotline, good morning. Yasim, good morning. Matthew, good morning. And Trade Screener, Trade Scorner. Welcome, folks. Good morning. Let's go ahead and dive right in. We're going to start by taking a look at the SPY here. Guess what? We are in the gap. In the gap, as they say. We are going to close this gap here if we do continue to trade up. 606.80 is your low. I think a lot is going to depend on the Fed. That being said, right here at 605.64, given some of the action that we've seen in the morning, perhaps we do maybe close the gap before that Fed decision comes out. Really, the big movement, the big volume, all of that stuff likely to happen right after the Fed. Do we get a fake out move, a move up or down, only to reverse shortly after? Does Powell's conference really kind of change things? All of that is yet to be seen here today. I think we're all anticipating that they're going to not do anything, a pause at this meeting. They're not going to cut rates. I would imagine if they did cut rates, the market would spike. If they raised rates, which I certainly don't think is going to happen, I think the market would sell off bigly. But we'll see what happens here today. We'll see how the market actually takes it. Here's your pattern on the SPY. We're still under the all-time highs, even though we just recently set a new all-time high. As mentioned, though, we are in the gap. We'll see what happens when that gets filled. Is that the rejection point, or do we end up breaking higher? The volumes here on the SPY have been pretty low, so it really feels to me like a push to a new area or a push to a new high here would require a step up in volume. I'm not sure that we get that. Some downside levels in case we really have kind of a rough day here today. That 50-day moving average, you've got that at 596.84. If you want to call it 597, that works for me too. 20-day moving average, not far beneath that at 594. And then we have this trend line here, which is currently sitting at about 589, maybe 590-ish. So, okay. We'll see where the SPY goes here today. Like I said, big thing on deck is going to be the Fed meeting here today. So some of these large cap things might be on hold until we get that decision. We should have no problem trading some of the pre-market gainers here today. Quick look around before things get started here. S&P futures about flat, down 0.03% at the moment. They were actually higher here this morning, so they've leaked a little bit here. Dow futures down 0.06%, and the NASDAQ up just over 0.25%, plus 0.27% here. So mixed here across the futures, but for the most part, flat, really nothing crazy going on here. Good morning. Okay, awesome. Market overview. U.S. futures point to a cautious start as investors await the Fed's rate decision. Tesla, Microsoft, and Meta among the stocks in focus here today. This is really what's going to be the big thing here today. All these earnings is, what's going to happen here with DeepSeek? What kind of questions are we going to get about AI? The producer and I were talking here this morning. What are we going to hear about AI spend? If you have any opinions on that, I'd like to hear about that. What do you think is going to happen here? Big takeaway from this first article here that the producer has given to you, according to Ed Yardini and Eric Wallerstein from Yardini Research, quote, U.S. stock market quickly confirmed our view that DeepSeek is a positive for the proliferation of AI, which should boost productivity and economic growth, especially in the U.S. Now, that's important here because obviously Monday morning when we came in, after that DeepSeek report, the futures were getting absolutely blasted. I mean, everything was down, especially early in the morning. Now, it put in that low. In fact, that low, let me see if I can grab that here for you real quick. That low, 589.79. So that's basically right where that trend line is that we just took a look at on the last screen. That marked the low in the pre-market, and we've pretty much traded straight up since then. Now we're trading up into a Fed decision, and we have some big tech earnings on top of it. That's likely going to decide our next direction here. So the good news here, DeepSeek was not the end of AI, of course, and more comes out. As more and more comes out, I should say, it seems like this is just a competitor and really nothing to get worked up about. The market is certainly telling you not to get worked up about it. It's trying to close a gap to the upside here. So again, we'll see what happens here today, but that's kind of the outlook ahead of things. Just to kind of dive into some more things here on DeepSeek, Dan Ives, as mentioned here, Dan Ives says that the Chinese startup DeepSeek's 6 million AI development assertion is, quote, likely a fictional story, end quote. Pretty good, because our folks that don't get paid by shop houses like Dan Ives do, we had the same thing. We had been saying the same thing for a few days here. Several of you, shout out to those of you that did that. We're actually testing it live as soon as you can, or as soon as you could. So looks like we're arriving at the same conclusion Dan Ives arrived at here. That's what's going on. Dan Ives also expects Meta and Microsoft to stand firm on the 60 to 80 billion AI spending plans amid DeepSeek's disruptive AI model. And this is kind of what we were talking about. Are things going to change? Our company is going to dial back how much that they're saying that they're investing in it. I know on CNBC, the common thing that they've been talking about is Nadella still good for his 80 billion after hearing about all of this? So we're going to get our first inkling at that, I think, today in those conference calls. I expect there to be more than one question about that. We'll see if that has any type of impact on some of these stocks. So really curious to see here. I would go through these articles, really good stuff on all of this. And we'll see where we go. One of the quotes here from this article that I wanted to point out here, OpenAI has also found evidence suggesting that DeepSeek may have used its proprietary models to train the open source competitor. If you click through the link that we gave you here, you can actually go right to that article, which is right in here. We'd be happy to give that to you. This is kind of what we suspected from the beginning. Some of those figures were intentionally botched, should we call? I shared with you the note from Bernstein's Stacy Raskin, laying this out very, very early on Monday morning. So none of this really comes as a surprise here. Okay, as far as the FOMC goes, traders want the Fed to tame market volatility, yet Trump-Powell interest rate fight is just beginning. And that's one of the things here today that I want to see. Obviously, in recent news, Trump has said that he demands, actually, that interest rates be lower. This should be just really no surprise. He's a real estate guy. Real estate guys want lower interest rates. To me, that's That's not even a little bit of a surprise. He doesn't make that decision. Powell makes that decision. And even if Trump says that I know better than Powell, it doesn't matter. Powell's still going to be the one that makes that decision. Is there going to be any back and forth on this? Is Powell going to engage in this? I'm curious to see that. Part of me thinks that that's not going to happen. We'll see. We'll see if that ends up happening, but I'm kind of curious. Get the popcorn ready. We'll ask Tim Melvin what he thinks about that when we have him pretty soon as well. I suspect I already know what Mr. Melvin is going to say. But in any case, that's one of the things that we'll see here today. In addition to the decision, I think I'm at this point more interested in Powell's presser than I am in what comes out of that decision. I think that's pretty much baked in. The CME Watch tool is telling you the same thing. Okay. All right, let's talk about some of these stocks that are going to report earnings. We can go over some of the earnings prints from this morning if you want, or we can preview some of these. I do kind of want to talk about some of these stocks because I think there's going to be trades here today. I think there's going to be and I'm curious to know if any of you are going to trade these for earnings. Any of these big three tech companies, do you have trades on for earnings? And we talked to Anne Marie about some of that, but do you have any feeling about some of these stocks and where they might go? Taking a look at Tesla here. Tesla's Q4 earnings preview, 2025 delivery growth, FSD, Model Y refresh, and new vehicles are going to be among the key topics there. Really quickly, the EPS or the estimated revenue here, 27.13 billion is the estimate. That's up from 25 billion last quarter or last year. And the estimate of 74 cents is up from the 71 cent estimate. And also keep in mind with Tesla that they've actually missed the last 4 of 5 quarters. Really hasn't affected the stock price as we continue to trade up. Obviously, it got the election bump with Elon Musk being chummy with the new president and the incoming administration. So now we'll see what the earnings actually say. Can they beat? Can they turn that around? Can they make some of these numbers? And where does the stock go from here? The interesting note here is we're actually in a very similar area to where we were yesterday. We really didn't do a whole lot. Looks like we're still sitting right above that 50-day moving average, which is clearly giving this support. And that support is also very close to the fib level that we have here of 391. So we're just several points above that. So which way is this going to go? Are we going to break up? Are we going to break this trend to the upside? Are we going to maybe challenge some of those new highs there? Or do we break down? Good news here is if we break down on Tesla, we have a number of levels that we should be paying attention to. I think we've talked about the 360 level on several recent shows here. This is definitely going to be a level that Tesla is going to find some type of support at, or should find some support at. And just looking below real quick, 100-day moving average at 321. Now the 200-day all the way down here at 260. I don't see that happening, but stranger things have happened before. So we'll see here. My gut tells me that we're probably going to trade higher here. We'll see if that ends up being the right feeling or not. Curious to know if you folks are going to trade Tesla. Do you like Tesla? Any of that? Warren here saying Tesla is not about the deliveries. Okay. And we'll see what kind of delivery numbers they put out. We'll see how it trades. What is Tesla about? If not the deliveries, what is it about? Is it about the revenue? Is it just about the chumminess with the founder and the new administration? You let me know. Warren here says it depends on Elon's mood and guidance. Well, we've seen his mood affect some of these calls before. We've seen him get a little testy there. I'm not sure if that's going to affect the reaction by the market. However, the guidance, definitely. In fact, guidance has been one of the bigger drivers in any of these earnings reports, not just for Tesla, but with some of the other companies as well. Progressive G says, I predict Tesla will miss, but remain basically flat. That's interesting. So you think it's kind of going to stay around this support level here. We'll see. We'll see what we get here from Tesla. I'm kind of excited for this report. Don't have a position on myself. Doubt that I will. But we may trade this here today leading up to the report. So Tesla, we shall see. Okay, one of the other stocks tonight, one of the big boys that's going to report here is, of course, going to be Meta. And this one, obviously, we really want to hear from, right? The DeepSeek model was basically, I want to say, based off of the Llama open source model that Meta created. Meta's had just an absolutely huge run. I mean, look at the price of the stock. I mean, just look how good this thing is traded. Right? I know I don't really like the product and I don't really like the company and I don't trade this, but man, oh man, that's really making me look stupid because this stock has just continued to rise here. We recently put in more all-time highs. So Meta here, Q4 earnings preview. Analysts say advertising strength could drive above industry top line growth. Okay, estimate here is for 46.99 billion. That's up from 40 billion. We'll see if we reach that, and we'll see where Meta trades here. I got no line on this. Frankly, I'd like to see Meta pull back here. It's really starting to push away from some of its moving averages. I'd really like that to come back in and hold. I'm not sure if we get that, and I'm certainly not going to trade Meta here for the earnings. We'll trade around the earnings print here. Again, same deal here with Meta. I'd love to know what you folks think about that. Okay. Rocket from Guardian. Elon said himself, don't buy the stock if you don't like innovation or something to that effect. Yeah, or volatility and all that. He's been very consistent on that. Okay. Diggity Risk says, I love to avoid, but I'll take cash on TSLA. Okay, so you're going to trade the levered ETF. Okay, sweet. And Hans saying that the Meta expectations are too high. Interesting. So do you think that Meta is just not going to make those estimates? Do you think Meta gets pounded after not being able to make those estimates? What do you think? What does that lead to here? Good stuff. Okay, let's take a look then. We also have Microsoft coming up here. I guess we just take a quick look here at Microsoft. I'm also interested in the conference call on Microsoft. I am interested to see if this can really kind of press some of the all-time highs that are up here at 468. That's really not even that far away from where we're at. You can also see that we've recently had a really good move here on Microsoft, really since Monday morning. Pretty much got everything back, and it looks like we're trying to go higher here. Do their earnings derail that? Do they send us down to one of those support levels, or do we continue to trade with strength here in Microsoft? To be honest with you, I'm more interested in what they have to say on the conference call than I am in the reaction to the stock, as I don't own it currently and not going to play it here for earnings. But I think that depending on what comes out of this print, this actually might affect some of the other stocks that we do trade pretty regularly, excuse me. So we'll see here on Microsoft. The one more thing that I wanted to cover here is going to be Cathie Wood. I know we cover some of these trades and what ARK does and what some of her funds do here. So just a couple of things. If Izzy's here, Izzy, big time shout out. You'll see Cathie Wood dumps Tesla stock ahead of Q4 earnings. Perhaps that's ominous, and loads up on Amazon. That's going to be Izzy's favor. We've been trading that here recently. I'm again looking for a day trade on Amazon out of the gate. If we get a dip, we'll see if that ends up materializing here today. This article is going to outline all of the stuff that she bought and sold. I know that we've discussed Cathie quite a bit. We've discussed a lot of the different things that she's in, like the EV tolls and obviously Tesla and all of that. Just a really quick summary here of what's going on. She sold 2,772 shares of Tesla. She sold 446,000 shares of ADYE. Good Lord. She sold 25,500 shares of Rocket Lab, which is pretty interesting. I know the space theme has really kind of been big for us. All year and really into last year as well. Rocket Lab down just over 0.5% here in the pre-market. It was down 1.5% yesterday. So get that sells there on Rocket Lab, 25.5 thousand shares of Rocket Lab. She sold 22.8 thousand shares of Roblox. Let's take a quick look at Roblox here and see how that's doing in the pre-market. Roblox actually green, up 0.1% here today. And then as far as the buy, she did buy 41,338 shares of Amazon. Boy, loading up. They weren't kidding. She bought 69,000 shares of ticker ABSI and bought 8,210 shares of Qualcomm. So that one pretty interesting too. Here's your Qualcomm chart. Let me go back to that here real quick. Qualcomm up 0.3 in the pre-market here. One of the things that we've been waiting out on Qualcomm is, can we actually take out this 200-day moving average? We really kind of traded up off this support level that's been very clearly defined going back to August. This is the yen carry trade low, right here on August 5th. So we've really kind of maintained this area, and it does seem to look like Qualcomm is trying to break out of this. These are going to be a lot of these chips are widely used in a lot of different industries. So a move above the 200-day here is actually pretty interesting, and perhaps this could set us up for a swing long entry on Qualcomm. So Kathy here buying 8,210 shares of Qualcomm. Really quickly, I also wanted to, just has nothing to do with Kathy Wood, but I did really quickly want to check in on two of these stocks that we've talked about recently as far as the chart goes here. We talked about Oracle. I told you that I really wanted Oracle to test the 200-day, and man, oh man, my patience was tested here. We got close, but we never really tested it, and we've already bounced about 12 points from that low. In fact, that exact low here was 152.66. We're at 164. That is indeed 12.5 points. So there were a couple of folks in Benzinga that were talking about playing this for a bounce, and they were in there a little early before that 200-day, and that is paying off for them. So that trade seemingly has worked so far. NVIDIA is another interesting one. This one did actually take out the 200-day. We talked about this yesterday. This took out the 200-day to the downside, reclaimed it yesterday. I gotta say, I think as long as this holds above the 200-day, you probably have a really good potential filling this gap back up to 141. Now, obviously, a lot of this depends on the regular market. If the Fed does something today that sends the market reeling, that might change the calculus here on NVIDIA. But honestly, given the hold, given the recapture of the 200-day here, which is the blue line, values at 122, I do kind of think NVIDIA closes this gap to the upside. Maybe not in a day, but I do think that gap gets filled here. Okay, so really good stuff. We'll see how these end up going out today. Okay, Izzy, you are there? Yes, sir. We're gonna watch Amazon today. 3D. Good morning. Welcome back. Mega. Is that a Mega Ethos? Thumbs down. Not sure what you mean there. But good morning. Welcome back. Let's see. Buffalo by Bicycle says Kathy Kramer. Oh no. Oh no. Here we go with that. We'll see. We'll see how Kathy's picks do. Wanted to bring those to you at least here today. Let's see. Robert here saying, I would not call the sale of 2,700 shares of Tesla dumping Tesla for Kathy Wood. Seriously. So let me go back to that here real quick. The shares valued at approximately 1.1 million based on Tesla's closing price of 398.09. So 1.1 million, you're right. That's probably not a big dump. That fund has a lot more than that. It is significant. Maybe dumping is the wrong word. Robert, point taken. Point taken on that. Okay. Izzy saying no trades yet, Ryan. Amazon needs a pull. Yeah, for me, definitely. We want to see it come in first. I'm going to wait for the market to open here. Pre-market trading has not been great for me, so we'll wait for that to open here. Lion Atlas, good morning. You're mentioning Meta. We just actually talked about Meta here a little bit. Let me ask you, Lion, let me put that out there. Are you looking to trade this for earnings, or is this just one of the trades kind of leading up to earnings, maybe waiting for the print, seeing what happens, trading it after it? Let me know how you're going to attack Meta here today. Curious to know. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I think we covered everything there. Pretty soon, we're going to be going to Tim Melvin just under 10 minutes here. Let's take a look at some of the stocks that reported earnings here. We'll start with Starbucks. All right, so here is your Starbucks chart. Man, oh man, I remember when we were talking about Starbucks at a potential trade here around this double bottom around 72, 71 bucks. Here we are up at 103. So a good report yesterday. You can see we actually traded up initially, gave everything back. But again, here today, we're starting to push up. I believe Brian Nickel is going to be on CNBC. I didn't catch him yet this morning, but I've obviously been preparing for the day. I'm pretty sure he's going to be on TV here today, so we'll see if he says anything new there. Starbucks, the report here, earning GAAP EPS 69-cent, beat the 66-cent estimate. A little bit of a beat there. Sales 9.39 billion, beat the 9.31 billion. Couple of things here. Starbucks reports opened at 377 new stores. U.S. and China made up 61% of the portfolio. Global comparable store sales declined 4%. Now, we had I believe it was the last report. This was down double digits. So perhaps that's slowing down there. Starbucks has seen a positive response to Back to Starbucks efforts. This Back to Starbucks focus more on the coffee. In fact, I think they call themselves Starbucks Coffee Company now. So they definitely seem to be kind of leaning back and focusing on the coffee. We'll see if that ends up making a difference. I'm a self-admitted coffee snob. I really don't think the coffee is all that great at Starbucks, to be honest. I think you can get better coffee elsewhere. One more stat here. Starbucks Rewards 90-day active members reach 34.6 million in the U.S. That's up 1% year over year and 2% quarter over quarter. So still gaining there, but slowly. Starbucks here up 3.25%. I believe the options market predicted a 6% move on this. I think that's actually in here. Shout out Benzinga Pro. Yes, Starbucks option implies 6% move in the price. So the option sellers, at least so far, seem to have won. We'll see if Starbucks goes on a run here today. Some of those levels that you'd want to see if you're a Starbucks bull here sure looks like 105 is going to be that level we really need to take out. We tried to do it yesterday right after the print, but we really couldn't hold above it. We'll see if we end up taking out 105 here today. 105, when you take a look at the daily chart, you can see we really kind of approach this area. Kind of looks like a exaggerated head and shoulders. We did end up trading back down here. 105, 107, and 115 I would have as your next three levels above there. I see that you folks are mentioning BABA here. Let's talk about that. I actually didn't have a story lined up here, but obviously we're following the news. What's going on here with BABA? First of all, I want to shout out the group because we came up with a hypothetical trade on BABA on a recapture of the 200-day. If you ended up taking this hypothetical trade, you're booked because this thing worked. You got to that area for the first sell here. You should probably just have a runner on, a trailer on at this point. But nonetheless, what's the fresh news here on BABA? Well, they are trading up on their own AI model here. So DeepSeek and Alibaba push the AI updates before the Chinese Lunar New Year. We've talked about that and maybe some of the timing of this maybe being a little sus, as the kids say here. Alibaba shares are trading higher after Alibaba Quen, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, Quen. I'm just going to call it Quen, but this is what I'm referring to. Said has been building the Quen 2.5 Max MOE large language model, which says outcompetes DeepSeek 3 in benchmarks like Arena Hard, Live Bench, Live Code Bench, and GPQA Diamond. So Baba releasing their AI model now. Saying it's better than DeepSeek. BABA here up 3.8%. Looks like several of you folks were trading this. Hans, ringing the register here. Oops, that's the wrong sound. Sorry about that. Ringing the register here on BABA in the pre-market. Good stuff. Keith, BABA, rocket. Let's go. Let's see if we actually have a trade here today. I wouldn't be surprised if this is in play. I don't think the move is totally done here. I mean, maybe this thing pulls back. Or maybe it sells off a little, but I don't think this is done. I think we're going to have a trade here going on. You're accustomed to Starbucks tastes weird. Warren, I agree, man. It tastes burnt almost to me, right? Maybe it's just because I've enjoyed Pete's at such a young age, and I've tried some of the other boutique coffee shops. I don't know. Starbucks just tastes burnt. I'm with you on that. Conditionally accepted. Booked BABA yesterday. Could run a bit. Okay. Well, so here's what you mean. We actually got some of this news yesterday in the regular session. You can see BABA actually made for a really good move here. This was great, by the way. If you're a Benzinga Pro member, our scanners picked this up. This was squawked. This actually gave a really, really good scalp too. Several, depending on how long you stayed in it. So this is actually a pretty good afternoon trade. Don't see a lot of those here. And we'll see if we get any type of continuation today. If the pre-market is any indication, I sure think we do. Obviously, this $100 level is going to get tested. I mean, it's Hell, it's already being tested here in the pre-market. Can we break above? Can we break above and hold the 100-day? That would be my question here. And then again, some of those upside targets here, a 100. You have the beginning of this kind of move up here. This is at 102. And then we've got some gaps on the downside here that we'd like to fill. 104 to 107. And again, I'm eyeballing these, so my numbers might be off a little bit, but it's just to give you an idea. This 104 to 107 area has a fairly decent gap in it. And then 110 up to 114, another gap there. So we'll see here if Bob pushes, but that's what's going on. We should be unsurprised that DeepSeek, AI, new models, all of that stuff are driving stocks. Nothing's changed. And that's going to continue. I don't think that we're necessarily done with that. I expect that to continue here. Okay. What else did you folks want to take a look at here real quick? I'm like trying to stay on task here, but you folks are talking about coffee and I like want to join the discussion there. Tim Hortons dark roast is much better than Starbucks. That is facts. I totally agree. And this might be an unpopular opinion, but I kind of think like McDonald's coffee in a lot of cases is actually better than Starbucks. Now, caveat there, I haven't had McDonald's coffee in probably about a year, but okay. ASML, Robert, good morning. Good to see you here. I know that you were talking about ASML. Let's take a look at that because we did have some news here on ASML. This is actually up 5% here today. 718 is going to be your price. So we are in the gap. I do expect this gap to fills up here at 730. Still 12 points away here. ASML shares trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q4 financial results. That was a GAAP EPS of 660 or 684 euro. It beat the 671 euro estimate. Sales of 9.26 billion euro beat the 9.01 billion euro estimate there. There were some other comments that came out of this. Let's see here. Dividend stuff. Total sales plus 24% quarter over quarter. Net bookings surge 170%. And remember, this stock really got hit initially on that DeepSeek move. You can see we actually moved down from 735 to where we're at now. I expect this to close on the way back up. I don't think they're going to be hurting from DeepSeek. Like we were hearing from Dan Ives, this should actually help the entire industry. ASML should benefit from that as well. Okay, Jay saying McDonald's way better than Starbucks. Okay, I thought I might get yelled at for that opinion, but it appears that opinion is maybe not as rare as I thought it was. McDonald's went a long way improving the coffee. Maybe they can do that with some of the other stuff. I don't know. McDonald's coffee is great for energy. It's also inexpensive. And ASML, thank you, Robert. They absolutely crushed bookings there. And you also think it will come back. Okay. I have no idea how we're saying that Starbucks is sus, but McDonald's is based. I love using the lingo of today. Look, man, I don't know what to tell you. It's just the best description I can give you is that it just tastes burnt. And you're probably technically you're probably right. Like the beans used at Starbucks are probably more luxurious or better or whatever than the ones used at McDonald's. But at the end result speaks for itself. I just don't like it. Maybe it's just personal preference. Ooh, do a poll, Jonathan. Producer, we might have a poll running right now. But producer, maybe of the three, what are the best? McDonald's, Starbucks, Tim Hortons? Do we want to put other? We'll see. That's a good idea, Jonathan. We'll see. Coffee aficionado, I'm going to bite on that one. And actually, conditionally accepted. Since we're talking about coffee, you were asking about Bros. Bros was actually a really good trade. Bros was a really good trade for me. Back here around August last year, we had a recapture of the 200-day. We ended up taking a position there. You can see it really kind of consolidated. It didn't go right away. And then finally it ended up moving, and one of these earnings had a huge gap up here. So Bros has actually been pretty good for us trading wise. I don't like the product. I shouldn't say that. From what I understand, I don't really think this would be a product for me. They're a huge focus on the sugary beverages, and I pretty much try to stay away from that for health reasons. That being said, the younger generation really seems to like bros. And I think if the younger generation is behind it, you can have a run in this stock. This has been a good one. I have no position on this, but I've done well with this in the past, and I'd look to trade that again. Okay. Zine saying none of the above. So I gave you a couple of coffee places. Zine saying none of the above. What's your favorite coffee? I'm always curious to try some new ones. All right. Still waiting on Tim. Let's see. Did I get any email here? Nope. We'll see. See if he shows up. Otherwise, we'll just keep pushing forward here. So let me see. What else do we have here? More earnings from yesterday we can take a look at. Logi, this is going to be Logitech. They reported earnings yesterday. They've actually had recently had a pretty good move here. Logitech up 3.6% in the pre-market here today. Also, Barclays looks like it raised the price target from 103 to 108. This was a beat on the top and the bottom line. EPS beat by 19 cents. Sales beat by 1.34 billion, beats the 1.25 billion. So a pretty decent beat there. Logitech trading higher here. I don't think I use many Logitech products anymore, but they do make good products like that a lot. Pete's, Market Sniper saying Pete's. Pete's is one of my favorite. 3D saying Dunkin'. Dunkin', probably one of the most popular coffees in the United States, if I'm not mistaken. Danny also saying Dunkin'. Let me tell you something. Those big box of Joes, back in the day when I used to show up to jobs where I had to go to the office, it was always a good day when there was free Dunkin' coffee being provided. No question about it. I'm with you on that. And actually, I would also rate Dunkin' coffee higher than Starbucks. Maybe that's blasphemous, but that's kind of where I sit there as well. Okay. Zane. See, yeah, that's Zane. Sorry, I didn't read your name properly the first time. I apologize. They're all local spots for me. It doesn't help the chat. Okay. Well, if you could find out where those beans are from, that might be something that can help out. All right. What else do you want to take a look at here, trading wise, earnings wise? We looked at ASML. We looked at Starbucks. I guess we could take a look here. T-Mobile was supposed to report this morning, right? Yes. And here we go. And they are trading higher. So T-Mobile here plus 6.3%. Shares are trading higher on the backs of those positive Q4 financial results. GAAP EPS 257 beats the 226 estimate. That's a nice beat there. Sales 21.87 billion beat the 21.31 billion estimate. That's just about in line there. Sees postpaid net potential customer additions between 5.5 and 6 million. That's pretty good there. That's probably why this is trading higher here. The outlook for fiscal year 25 looks positive. And so nice little guide there. Higher we go on T-Mobile. DJT, you guys have mentioned that. Is this moving here today? Let's see. Oh, yes. And we have some news to cover here. So Trump Media announces expansion into financial services. This is interesting because I think we got news yesterday regarding X partnering with Visa for the sake of becoming a everything app. So it looks like maybe another social media company here trying to expand into financial services. This might also have a Bitcoin angle. Remember, we've talked about this, or this administration being pro-Bitcoin. To launch financial services and FinTwit brand Truth.fi. Okay. I don't know how that's going to do. Customized exchange traded funds, ETFs, customized separately managed accounts. We look forward to launching TruthFi, introducing TMTG's investment vehicles and unlocking synergies. That comes from Devin Nunez. Okay, interesting here. The stock responding positively to this, up 13.5% here in the pre-market. Looks like a pop from 30 to 34. Let's see what this does on the daily chart here. Good news here is that this actually takes us above the 200-day, and we're just shy of the 50 days. So now at least we have some levels to watch here on DJT if you want to trade this here today. 3250, definitely going to be a support level. We want to see it hold the 200-day if you're looking for a swing here. So I'd look at that level here on a downside. 3436, that definitely seems to be an upside level that's going to need to break. If we want to move higher here, we do have the 20-day above that as well. And then ultimately, we have this recent trend line currently in a downtrend here. I guess we'll see if this turns around. But this was up 13%. It's come off those highs a little bit. Looks like a financial services kind of merger Merger is the wrong word. Sorry. Launching financial services as a partner with or expand into financial services. Sorry, getting the wrong word there. Also, let's see here real quick. Okay, first poll results here, you guys, on the FOMC decision. 79% of you saying there's going to be no change. 13% of you think that they are going to lower rates, and 6% of you think that they are going to raise rates. No change seems to be the case there. Definitely. Okay. Sell target for DJT. Okay, so if you're in this here, well, let's talk about that. If you're in this here, I would say I wouldn't. I mean, hopefully you're not buying this flag here. If you were in this here, I think this is actually not a bad spot to lighten, maybe partial if you have gains on that trade. That is that 34, 37. That's going to be your first resistance area. I do think if this does break and go higher, I would expect 35, 50-ish to also kind of stop it, even if it's just temporarily. That's going to be your 20-day moving average. But if you break above that, you have a gap fill here. Let's call it 30, 37 and 3/4 up to 39, almost 40. You have potential gap fill up to 40. So I would say 40, probably your higher end target if we can get above this 50-day moving. In fact, we just did. We actually are trading above it right now. Let's see if we can hold above this 50. Next target here, I would say on the gap fill, probably about $40. So that's what I would say on DJT. If it continues to trade higher here, which it is doing in the pre-market. Okay. What else do you folks want to take a look at here? We took a look at most of the reports, and then again, just as kind of a reminder, Tesla, Meta, Microsoft, also IBM. We didn't really talk about that here this morning. IBM is also going to report here today. We've had some recent discussions on this, maybe not being a great hold if with so much government work that IBM does. With the government being pared back here, maybe this is not a great stock to be in. We'll see what they report here today. That report comes after the close. LRCX, now Waste Management. The Waste Management one, we actually talked about that being related to the California fires. They report here today. They're recently recaptured and then back tested to 200-day, stopping here right just shy of the 50-day. This is actually over it here in the pre-market. We'll see if it holds above. Waste Management reports after hours here today as well. Okay, let's see. Okay. So I don't know. I will check on Tim Melvin. Hopefully he's okay. Didn't hear from him here today. So fingers crossed. But without him, we'll go to the one and only 13. Let's go ahead and bring him on, see how he's doing here this morning. 13, how are you, my man?
I'm doing just fine. How's everybody?
We're doing good. We're doing good. It is hump day. It's a happy hump day, at least so far. We do have ask me after the FOMC decision, I suppose, here today. Going to be one of the big things. And then obviously we have a slew of really big earnings here tonight. Sorry, go ahead.
No, busy week.
It has been a busy week. Haven't covered any of the movers yet so far. So we can go pretty much wherever you want.
Yeah, let's get an early jump on that. Why not?
Okay. And then we can also always take tickers from the chat. So if there are any other stocks that we have not talked about so far that you'd like to have covered, we can absolutely do that. We should have plenty of time before we start here today.
Yeah, let's go ahead and go for it. I think the first one I have on the list, you tell me if this is what you got, SLXN. This is the one from yesterday.
Oh, yeah. This is one definitely from yesterday. Again, big shout out to our chat here. When I signed on this morning, 13, when I started the show here, it was after this recent break in the pre-market that went higher. There were already people booking gains here today, which you just love to see. Our Benzinga Pro chat room started trading this at about 4:30 this morning. There are people back there posting their entries 4:30 this morning. So this has been a big mover here so far this morning. This popped yesterday after the close. Selexion Therapeutics. Let's Let's see. What was the news here? Let me go ahead and grab that. Selection Therapeutics reports new preclinical data for SIL-204 to show significant tumor reduction in pancreatic cancer. This was the news yesterday morning. Now, we popped after hours. I didn't see anything that caused this to pop yesterday. What do you have on this, 13?
Well, the news about the preclinical data is what caused it to move yesterday.
Yesterday,
today,
right?
It's a relative volume move today.
So no fresh news here today. Still moving off of the news from yesterday.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think that I didn't see anything new today. We've seen plenty of these low float names. They have a really good day one day, and then the next day you get some of that carryover. You get relative volume because of the change from the previous days, price action compared to the yesterday's. And that's going to put a lot of eyes on it. That's going to get people trading this. And that's what we have this morning. So not sure how much we're going to get out of it today. There's some newer, some other stocks with newer news out. So we might see some better movement out of them. But, we're going to watch SLXN. We're going to see if it gives us any trade or provides any setups. Currently above its VWAP right now. So we're going to wait and see if that holds or not. And when we get closer to the open, we'll make some decisions.
The one thing to keep in mind here on SLXN, especially when it made this huge move on this expanding volume, it really didn't pull right away. It actually took a little bit. We actually traded up to 222 before pulling back to 2, and we went again. And so one of the things I think that we can take from this is that if this stock is not showing any signs of really kind of pulling back in short order, we're going to keep going higher. And I don't think that the top is in. We've kind of seen that here already. We did inevitably pull back to the VWAP and bounced again. I guess we'll see what happens if we test that level again here today. SLXN. Jonathan asking here, I have ProChat. What is the ProChat room? There's many rooms. First of all, the Winston chat is an AI chat. It's basically an AI tool built in the Pro. The chat that I'm referring to comes from the chat menu here in the upper right corner. Just click on the little chat icon and open the side chat. We actually have many rooms. Okay. The one that I was referring to, the one that I was referring to here is the day trading room. This one is extremely active. These folks start really early in the morning. Oh, yeah. And then shout out, I have to, while we're here, 13, shout out to the happy hour room. 13 is a moderator of this room. This is one that kind of pairs with the happy hour show that you often hear me referencing. A lot of really good content in here, Jonathan, so be sure to check it out. Okay. And I didn't really do this here, but a quick look around the horn reminder here on SLXN, 6.26% of the float shorted here, 1 day to cover. So really nothing crazy there. And the float right where we want to see it, 3.5 million here. Anything else that you wanted to mention on this 113? Should we move on?
We can move on. 3.5. Yeah. Like you said, 3.5 million shares in the float that we already know about this. We can go to something else.
Okay, next one here on the list is going to be VINC. This is Vincerx, unsure. Vincerx Pharma. Announced phase 1A, 1B results for anti-TROP2 in solid tumors, including an 80% ORR in untreated TNBC. Boy, these are a ton of acronyms. I hope that you dug into what I have no idea what these things mean. Yeah. Strategic merger proposed to advance global phase 3 trial and build ADC pipeline. So what's going on here, 13? What's going on with VINC? I feel like we traded this one before.
Yeah, we have. This is the one I called VINC. After my my high school teacher that everybody had that's right. So that's why I remember this one. So, but they had a whole bunch of data, like headlining coming out this morning because they threw a whole bunch of different things in there, not just the phase 1A and 1B, but also the merger and talked about other parts of their pipeline. But the company they're merging with is a private biotech company called Okori. And what has happened recently with VINC is they recently did a reverse split. I forgot how much they did it by, but then they filed a $100 million shelf offering last Friday. So
1 for 20 was that reverse split.
Okay, there you go. So they did that. They did a shelf offering. So that hasn't really been executed yet. So this price action, we could see an offering happen as a result of this. But they also have a very high short interest that's also helping push this up. 54% of the float short as a result of that reverse split. is making this a very, very volatile mover this morning. I don't know what kind of price action we're going to get once we open here. Let me take a look at the chart. Because we just, we went right up and then we just turned right back around and almost went back to start. Now they might be finding a bottom here and getting ready to make the next move up. But just keep in mind about that shelf offering. That's out there now, and they could execute that at any time. So, and it's even in their filing that from time to time they may, issue shares as part of that shelf offering. So just keep that in mind if you're going to trade this one today. This one does have that option of doing that. Aside from go ahead.
I was just going to say they talk here about this strategic merger to proposal. On the surface, one of the first things I would think is maybe there's some type of financing in there. But your point about the shelf being out there and ready to go, that's well taken. That I don't see anything in here about that. So perhaps they are expecting to use that shelf.
It's not too far away from down on the news feed. So if you close that document you have open there and just
it's right here.
There you go. It's like last Friday, yeah. So yeah, you have all the information you need about what's been going on just in this month alone, about how they're setting up for this merger, how they're getting ready to do another offering. They're making moves. And when you look at the cash position of this company, you're like, okay, so yeah, they really do need to raise some capital here. Because if you look at their pipeline, it's pretty extensive. They have a lot of different things going on. And I'm looking at their cash position. I'm looking at their financials. I'm like, yeah, they do need some money, don't they? So that's where I'm at with Vink right now. Just be careful with the possibility of them doing an offering at any time today. But this does have a very low float, and it should move very well for trading. Should we find this bottom that it looks like we're getting here, it's starting to turn up. So let's see if we can get a move back to VWAP at the very least.
Okay, sounds good there. Next on the list was DJT. We actually just talked about this here, 13. I think this was before you got on. I'm not sure if you covered this one here. Their launch, Trump Media and Technology Group to launch financial services and fintech brand TruthFi. So this is causing the stock to trade up to 16.5 or up 16.5%. I'm sorry. I actually went over some levels earlier, some potential target levels here that we're able to get off of the daily chart. I guess I'll just ask you if you have any levels here. I do want to see it hold above the 50. We are finding some resistance here at the 20-day, but if we pop above it, we do have this downtrend that we identified here together. That puts us at about $44-ish. Before that, we actually have a gap here between 37.5 and about 40. So I think 40 would be a other upside resistance level if this can keep going here. Do you have any levels on DJT?
From here, because we're trying to hold view up right now, the next levels I have to the upside are going to be 36.50, 38.50, and 40. I have some that go all the way up into the 50s, some in the 60s. Actually, how high do these go? I have levels that go all the way up to 77.50, but that was like from a while back. I just have left them there because, when you get some upward price action, they tend to revisit these levels as resistance. So that's why they're still there. But for now, those are the levels that I have. That'd be great to see us get up and over that trend line, but I have a serious doubt we'll even see that happen today.
Me too.
So I haven't really read into this. I see that the headline here at 8:30. There's some there's some news in here that I could dive into a little bit to get an idea of what else is going on here, but that can happen another time. I'll just react to the way the price action is moving and see that we have a little bit of short interest here. Yeah, that's what I would just be keeping an eye on, is just those previous levels, whether or not we hold above VWAP or not. If we start to go beneath VWAP, levels to the downside, 33, 40, 30 even, and 29 even.
Okay, good stuff there. DJT, there are all of your levels pretty much in lockstep on those levels.
We better get to OCEA because everybody's talking about it right now. And
the reason we've been kind of kicking the can down the road is because it is a penny stock. Keep that in mind, OCEA. So here's your pop up to 75 cents. We've come right back in. We're really just kind of huddling around the VWAP here, 61 cents. The news here on OCEA. Ocean Biomed advances malaria vaccine research with new NIH funding and expedited development pathway.
Oh, that's not bad. I don't think they have very good financials. Just taking a quick look at it. So capital
Mhm.
raise possible here. But I do like the chart setup here. This is a pretty good looking bull pennant that we have going on here. So if you get followed through with this one, it should move more up to the upside. Maybe even take out that 75 cent resistance level that it seems to have bumped its head up against earlier. So I like the way it sets up, but this isn't going to be something I'm interested in trading. I prefer things to be over $1.
Yeah, me too. Sorry, guys. Good luck if you guys trade this one here today. Volume looks really impressive. I'm just going to pass on it.
Yeah,
All right.
get some gains there, folks. I mean, this isn't for me, but I do like the setup. I think you could get something out of this.
Yep. Okay. Sounds good to me. We talked a little bit about Starbucks earlier. Good morning, Anne Marie. Thanks for joining us here. Anne Marie mentioning topping formation in the pre-market on the Starbucks chart. Here you go. Here is your Starbucks chart. We are running into what looks like a top there. And this actually goes to some of the levels that we put in yesterday after we got that print. Anne Marie, good morning. Great to see you.
Anne Marie.
Thanks
And
for your input.
And with the Starbucks, and you look at the daily chart, this thing has got a very, very high RSI. It was even higher in the after hours yesterday when we were seeing it get close to the highs we had in November. But still 70 over 70 RSI, almost 71 before we open here. So yeah, it's a little bit extended, and I would expect this one to come back in. Got the 50-day SMA where it could get caught at. That's at 96.21. Beneath that, you have the 20 and the 500-day SMAs that are about in the same area. Actually, I almost had an exact read there for a second. 94.58 and 95.17. So those are the areas where I would expect some support should we see some selling in Starbucks.
Okay. Jonathan saying there's definitely some people over at WT, I think you mean Warrior Trading, that trade well with penny stocks. Look, there are people in our ecosystem in this chat that trade well with penny stocks. I don't. I've made it very, very clear for a long time too. So I generally just stay away from these. I'm going to continue to stay away from these. When we do have big movement like this, sure, we'll cover it. We'll let you know what's going on there, but it's generally not a high priority. Okay, I know we're kind of go ahead, 13.
I don't want to discourage anybody from trading penny stocks, but just know what you're trading. And there's like Cooler was a penny stock for the longest time, but I knew enough about the company that I was fine holding it, and I was rewarded for that. So know what you're trading if you're going in penny stocks. It really does help protect yourself.
Same with ONDS on my end. So totally get it. All right. I know we're changing gears here a little bit. Had to move the schedule around this morning, but of course it is. And you know what, 13, you're here to enjoy it this time. So we're going to mix it up a little. It is, of course, Wednesday. We're not going to short you, Tim Melvin. Let's go ahead and bring him on. All right, Tim, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
It's been one of those mornings around here, so I'm running, half an hour late. Apologies to everybody, your brothers, your cousins. I'm just deepest apologies. So, but did want to get in here, did want to miss the day, and you know what? I'm prepared to pay the penalty tax by expounding, Ryan, on some of the ideas that you and I talked about last night.
Okay, let's do that here. Really quickly, I got to highlight this comment here because it made me laugh. Ryan has standards, and I started $1. pretty low there, Rocket, but hey, that's pretty good. All right, Tim, what do you got for us today?
All right, well, last night we were running some screens and showing folks how they worked on Benzinga Pro, and in one of the higher yielding screens, one of the things that popped up consistently were a bunch of real estate investment trusts. Okay, we kind of touched on them a little bit in the webinar last night, but I want to make a couple points to you guys this morning. Then I'm going to go through and I'm going to point to some of the REITs that you absolutely should have either in your portfolio or in your buy list right now. First, in 1972, Congress changed some legislation and they created what is now the modern REIT industry. They put the basic financial structure of the real estate investment trust industry in place. Since that period of time, real estate investment trusts, equity REITs, the ones that own properties, not the mortgage REITs, but equity REITs have outperformed the stock market by enough to be eye-catching. I get such a kick out of all of the allocators that say, well, you should have 60% of your money in stocks and 20% in real estate. If you're of a little more conservative bent, I don't think anybody in here is, but if you're in it, But if your long-term portfolio is conservative, you should probably have that flip. You should probably own more real estate than you do stocks. With any kind of halfway decent asset allocation model, there are definitely periods in history, particularly when we're going to see inflation, that you should have more real estate than you do stocks. So you have been able to outperform the S&P 500 by owning REITs for 50 years now. This is something that not enough people pay attention to. Why not? If you buy and hold REITs, do you know how much money your brokerage firm makes? None.
I don't.
None. They make none. They make the initial, whatever they make on the initial trade. That is it. There's no trading. You're just holding high quality real estate. Now, real estate over the last 2 years has been the financial equivalent of toe fungus. I mean, it's not been popular, right? And there's been some reasons for that. The office picture has certainly changed quite a bit. And that's still ongoing, but we're closer to a bottom even in office than we are in the top. So what I'm going to do this morning, I got a list of favorite REITs. I've been probably the first securities I ever bought as an investment advisor or broker was a real estate investment trust, and ended up getting taken over. So as a tax for being late, guys, I'm going to give you a list of REITs that, and I'm just, kind of go through the one-liners on them that you absolutely should own in this environment. And on any weakness, you should be adding to them. So everybody ready? You ready, Ryan?
Ready.
Okay. Oh, one other thing, the other fact I forgot to mention the other day when the world was ending and we were down 600 billion points, and there was, there was panic everywhere, and the Chinese were taking over the world. REITs were up, all of them across the board. REITs and banks were up. Banks are another day. We'll deal with REITs today. All right, ready, everybody? Here we go. My favorites: CTO Realty Growth. Symbol is CTO. This used to be Consolidated Tomoka to old guys. This was a real estate holding company forever, and it was always undervalued. In 2020, they finally figured out, if we change this to a REIT and pay out this cash that we're blowing on bad investment ideas, we will recapture some value. So this thing's sitting here. They own open air shopping centers, and they're real selective about where they buy, Ryan. They're looking for towns and cities that have wealthy population and lots of people, population density. But they're open air shopping centers, pretty much internet resistant. Whole Foods is going to be one of their major tenants. So is Publix down here in Florida. They're in all the markets where people want to live. They have very high occupancy rates. They've been very smart about acquisitions, and we're just sitting here with a fantastic dividend, trading at roughly 75% of my internal net asset value calculations. So just super cheap, well-run REIT. I don't know if you've got a chart there, but it doesn't look half bad on a chart.
Nope.
Long term, I just expect this to be a tremendous opportunity. Now, let's go down and let's get controversial a little bit.
Oh no, here we go.
Here we go. All right, this is a lot like buying Europe, because everybody thinks Europe is garbage. Los Angeles, especially the area west of downtown Los Angeles, has pretty much burnt down. Obviously I'm exaggerating, but Douglas Emmett has been in business. It was founded by a guy named, ready for this? Douglas Emmett, back in the 1970s. And they own real estate primarily in the Los Angeles. Their offices and apartments are primarily west of downtown LA. That is completely different from downtown. Downtown's where all the homeless encampments are. It's where all the crime is. West of LA is where all the movie stars and all the rich lawyers have moved to,
and the athletes.
Right. So 4.3% dividend yield. Basically,
what's the ticker? Sorry, I missed it.
Sorry, DEI. Now, these are Class A office buildings, and the first thing that you have to do when you say office, people go, no. Wrong reaction, guys, because there's a huge difference between Class A, that best in class real estate in the market, and everything else. Class A is fine. It's filling up. They're not building anymore. And by the way, in Douglas Emmett's area, you can't build anymore because you run into either the mountains or the ocean. There's sort of nowhere to go. So the new build activity in their market is about as low as it gets. So this is just a great collection of properties. They've got office, they've got multifamily. The multifamily is completely full, by the way. Everybody's been down on it because it's office and it's LA. The only thing getting worse headlines than office is LA and most of California. But these are top tier offices, top tier multifamily in the very best neighborhoods, the very best part of the Los Angeles area. You can't rebuild them. You can't replace them. And of course, they've got some an office building and some apartments in Honolulu too. So
not bad.
No,
4% dividend here on this one too.
It's 4.3%, but I mean, look, this thing's probably trading at 60% of a realistic estimate of the net asset value of the buildings.
Is this kind of a play on the return to work and maybe converting office buildings into apartment buildings kind of play? Does that go along with this a little bit?
No, not in this case. Well, it does a little bit on the return to work, particularly on the tech side, but the conversions is not going to happen in these buildings. Conversions, end of the day, convergence is going to be mainly a New York, Boston, maybe Washington, D.C. Story. It's not really going to happen in some of the West Coast cities. Okay. So that's in DEI. We just big fans of that one. It's going to be volatile. So use the volatility to work for you. You know what? When LA's on fire or they've done some really interesting stuff with their government again, go ahead and jump up and buy some of that.
Okay.
Then the other one coming up here, Vici Properties, VICI. We talked about this one last night.
Yep.
Vici Properties owns casinos. This REIT was created to own the properties a few years ago, just of Caesars. Now they own far more than Caesars. They also own some undeveloped land right adjacent to the Strip in Las Vegas. But casinos are just a stupid good business, right?
Yeah.
There are long-term leases. There's rent escalator clauses in every single one of the leases. This is a fabulous dividend growth story. So you've got this 5.66% dividend in this thing. You've got high credit grade, high quality tenants with great credit that even during COVID made sure that they didn't miss a beat on paying the rent because, once it was open back up, the one thing Americans love to do is gamble. When times are good, we go out to gamble to celebrate. When times are bad, we go to gamble to try to get the rent paid. So it's kind of in our DNA. And again, this was probably trading at about, I think, 87% when I did the calculations this week for of its net asset value. It's paying a great dividend, and it should be a growing dividend. And just to make sure you have as much as the casino market as possible, you can then turn around and buy gaming and leisure properties, which is yielding 6.2%, about 84 GLPI on this one. But it's the same thing. It's gaming operators. Triple net. Both of these are triple net lease, by the way, which means tenants pay maintenance, insurance, and taxes on these buildings in addition to the rent. So
I don't know why I don't have a chart for it. Interesting.
GLPI. You should, because it's a larger cap REIT. I mean,
yeah, no, I'm just, for whatever reason, I'm not loading the chart data.
Okay, now that makes me want to buy it even more.
Okay, there we go. Just took a sec.
So,
and by the way, so real quick, I was trying to get in there. Vici, that the VICI that you just talked about, we were talking a little bit about the chart there. That is actually setting up to break through the 200. This has broken through the 200 and it's kind of back tested it. So both of these charts actually looking pretty good here.
Yeah, and then Healthcare Realty. Now we're super bullish on this one. They did a big merger a little over a year ago. They've been consolidating it. It's been giving us some.
What was the ticker?
This one is HR. So real simple ticker here.
This also right above the 200. Great charts on these.
Yes, well, thank you. This is very unusual for me to have great charts, but full disclosure, I own all of these. Okay, so trailing dividend yield on this one's about 7.25. You're at about 65% of net asset value. These guys own standalone outpatient healthcare services. They own medical office buildings. And they own right. We're in an outpatient medical care world, right? You go outpatient for your blood work, for your lab work, for your knee surgery, for standalone surgical centers. They own all those types of properties associated with large medical systems. So they tend to have like 98% occupancy rates. There's demand. They're not subject to any of the economics or demographics that might be impacting the rest of the office market. It's a whole different duck, and it's growing because we're getting older and we use more medical services. They do not, like Medical Properties Trust and some of the others, they don't own a bunch of nursing homes and a bunch of hospitals that are subject to strict Medicare and Medicaid payment restrictions.
Okay.
So there's just a handful of REITs. I wanted to kind of pay the tax for being late getting in here and apologizing to everybody.
Your apology is accepted. No problem at all. I have so I think I missed one of the tickers here. So just for the group, I had DEI, VICI, GLPI, and HR. Which one did I miss? CTO. Thank you. Charlie Tango Oscar, right?
Mm-hmm. And then you have to be at this point in time, Digital Realty, DLR. Okay. This thing got whacked the other day from over 180 down to 165. Get this one on your radar screen. They are the largest owner and operator that we can invest in directly of data centers. They've got relationships with most of the big tech companies. They're going to continue to be a player. And I don't think this is over. I don't think that DeepSeek really solved the answer and you can do this in your garage with a old Dell 280 or whatever. I think that it's still going to use a lot of space. It's good. I saw this morning that OpenAI said, "Hey, dude, you stole our code," which I think is funny because we talked about that last night.
Yes, we did.
So the progress of AI is still going to take an enormous amount of computing power, which is going to involve data centers. Leading player in this is Digital Realty.
Okay.
So that's
great chart here too. Just literally holding the 200. Sorry, 13. Get in there.
How do you like the EQIX Equinix? I think they're like the number 2.
Yeah. The flip side of the same coin, $902, and it also sold off. Yields a lot lower. Okay. And then the other one to watch, and this is interesting that they're moving into this business because they have a tendency to dominate everything, and nobody realizes they're doing it, and you can tell it by the price action. But that's PLD, Prologis. They're starting to move into the warehouse business. I mean, the data center business. They're one of the dominant players in warehouse space around the world. So they're like the biggest industrial REIT, yielding 3.38%. But they're going to be a player in data centers.
Okay.
And so far, it hasn't really gotten hit. This one has a real cute chart.
Real quick here, quick question here. Profit Logics from Twitter here. Do any of these REITs pay dividends? I may have missed that if you stated yes. In fact, all of them do. Some of them upwards of 9%.
Yeah, and something you have to realize is that REITs are pass-through vehicles. Okay, by law, 90% of the cash flow has got to come back to you. Now, you can do some really cute and fancy accounting tricks to keep as much of that at the corporate level as possible. But most of that cash flow has got to come through to you. When you see a REIT that's not paying a dividend, you've got to go back in the statements and figure out why aren't they? What went wrong somewhere that they've been able to reserve this much cash for this long? So anyway, that's our story this morning, guys. I wanted to say mea culpa, jump in, let you know I didn't forget about you. Just had some crazy stuff going on, and pay the tax by throwing out some of my best real estate investment trust ideas for you.
Okay, there you go. Awesome stuff, Tim. Thank you very much. We will always keep the seat warm for you. I know that you're getting really excited to write probably 100 tickets on the FOMC decision here today. So I'm going to let you get back to that, and then also feeding your dogs.
The dogs have been fed. They're barking at the neighbor's dog. They're crazy. FOMC,
so it's not the mail?
No, it's not the mail yet. It's
not at 9 a.m.
My dogs are morons. Okay, that's the only way to put it. FOMC meeting, nothing happens, but we get angry tweets. By the end of the night, we get angry Trump tweets about the Fed. This is going to be fun. It's going to be one of the more entertaining Fed sessions of the last couple of years, I think. Get
your popcorn ready. I'm sure those dogs will pick up any pieces that you drop. Tim, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll catch up with you next week. All right.
Thanks, have a great day, everybody. Sorry for the confusion this morning.
Oh, you're all good. You're all good. And we're flexible. That is Tim Melvin. Comes on here, apologizes for being late, then drops 6 plays that you can hold and they'll just pay you. So pretty awesome stuff there from Tim. Apologize for having to shift that around, but we're able to get everything in there. Okay, 13. What do you want to get back to here? There probably are some movers, I guess. Let's really quickly take a look here at DJT. This is one that we talked about. This was pumping. Now we're on the backside of the move. Looks like we've retraced about 40% of that. It's holding or trying to here hold at 32 and 3 quarter or 33-ish. What did you have a level in the 32 handle? I can't remember, and I don't want to misquote you.
Let me see what I got here. So we just lost the 3340 level that I had set up there. That was actually providing some support until about 5 or 10 minutes ago. Now it looks like we are going to be coming down. The next support level that I have marked off is $30 even. But we have EMAs in the way that could provide some support on the way down. If we lose this level right here, the next one that I have below it is the 65 EMA, which is at 3118. That might be another area of support.
Okay, there you go. So that is your update here. DJT, we'll see where that goes. Let's go back to the movers list here. Did we grab? I think we left off right here at ticker PAC, PACK. That's Ranpak Holdings. We didn't cover this one, did we?
No, and I don't think I did either. So let's go ahead and have fun with it.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and start here, 13, give you some time to take a look into it here. Ranpak shares are trading higher after the company announced that it had agreed to issue warrants for up to 18.72 million shares. This stock moved from about 580 all the way up to about 780. One of the trading rooms that I was watching, where they were banking on Ranpak here today. Now we've come back in and we're holding right beneath the VWAP. So we'll see if this can actually cross above the VWAP and maybe get rolling here. But that's what's going on. Ticker PACK, not to be confused with BACK, which we were dealing with yesterday. Short interest, quick look around the horn here. 2.08% of the float shorted, but 5.7 days to cover. So small total percent of float shorted, but it looks like stock doesn't really trade a whole lot, which is giving you that higher days to cover value right there. Float here, 45.97 million. So it's a little bit thicker than the ones that we kind of target for some of these short-term trades, but nothing really crazy. Also, Ranpak agreed to issue warrants to affiliate exercisable for up to 18.72 million shares. That comes out to $6.83 a share. Current price here, $6.86.
Okay. They're in the containers and packaging industry. So the first thing that I think about when I'm looking at that is, okay, that's storage. So who needs a lot of storage right now? I'm sure, a lot of folks over in California lost things in the fire, but I'm sure that there's a lot of, donations and things coming in. So that might help some of these companies that need places to put things. Just kind of thinking outside the box. I don't know, aside from the warrant information, what else this could be running on. But whenever I see like what industry some of these things are in, I start to try to poke around and see if anything else is moving within that industry.
Okay, good stuff there. Ticker PACK. We'll see if we get a trade here on Ranpak. Okay, PL Planet Labs, one right off of your space watch list. We've traded this one a number of times here before. Planet Labs shares are trading higher after the company announced a multi-year deal with the European Space Agency. You can see this actually ramped yesterday in the after hours right up to about 650. That looks where we tried to go here today on volume. Couldn't really take 650 out. See where we go here on Planet Labs 13. Are you on top of this? Have you looked into this one yet?
Didn't look in. I think this is just some recent news. No, that was news from much earlier this morning. So it just was getting noticed, I suppose.
Planet, we have a PR here from 9 a.m. Planet signs $230 million commercial agreement for Pelican satellites.
Okay, so earlier it was they just announced it. Now this is signing. That's what I'm getting here. Okay, so that's. Okay, well, let's take a look at the
strengthens its financial position for fiscal year 26 and beyond. This looks like a good move for the future here for Planet Labs. Stock market's rewarding this plus 17.8% here in the pre-market.
Yeah, definitely one to be keeping on your radar. This could have legs. I mean, let's see where this could end up going here. Looks like we have a bit of resistance area at 685. Another one at close to 750. So there's a couple right there. And then we have a gap fill coming up from about 8 to pretty much 8 to 9. It's like about 90 cents, but there's an 8 to 9. There's a $1 gap that was from December of 2021. You see what I'm referring to? If you look at a daily chart, it's much further back. We're getting to.
No, I don't have data. How do I have different data than you? I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know. We're getting back to some price levels.
No, it was just that window. Here we go. I'm sorry, man.
No worries. So you see the gap to the left there now, all the way to the left.
Right here, right in here. Yeah. Yep. Let me center it up here for you.
And we're approaching that area. We're approaching some of these multi-year highs from a while back. So I would look at those first, and if we continue with going up, then I would focus on the gap fill. But first, I would just look at that's what is this? The 680 high or the 685, whatever I said that was, and then the 750 one first. See if we get up there because we're not too far away.
Okay, good stuff there. Planet Labs. Nice piece of news that was pretty topical. NVNI. This is one that this is almost a regular occurrence at this point now. We had obviously a huge move there on Monday. I had a couple more moves yesterday, and it's gearing here again in the pre-market here today. Actually, already we've taken out yesterday's intraday high, but we've come back in beneath that. Looks like this is going to get rolling here again. So NVNI, some continuation. Let me just double check that there was nothing fresh here. Nope. This is just continuation, that relative volume thing that we've talked about, 10.5 million shares in the float. You got any levels on NVNI?
Let me take a look. Because I know we traded this one last month, I believe.
We say that again?
I think we traded this one last month.
We traded this one this week.
Oh, this week as well? Okay.
Yeah, we traded this one on Monday. We traded. I don't know. I didn't trade this one yesterday, but I know there were multiple people mentioning this yesterday when this thing was trading. This thing had multiple halts on Monday, and this was a mover here.
It doesn't seem like I have any levels I marked off, but let me take a look here because there is a trend that I'm seeing. It's an uptrend, and you could start it from the open yesterday and just draw it through the peaks that we've the two other peaks we've experienced. One toward the end of the day, and the other the pre-market here. So that seems to be a little bit of a resistance area that I'd like to see get taken out, but I don't know if we're going to get our wish. Yes, 2 days ago, we did get as high as 686. So if we are going to break that trend line, we could break out and run up to there. Otherwise, we might just end up, trading sideways throughout the day and maybe having these intermittent spikes that take us up to that level, that high from 2 days ago, and then come right back in. The float on this one is 10.5 million shares. So pretty solid float that the one we like. But I would just pay attention to that trend line. See, every time that we get a rally or a big move up in this when we're trading this intraday, getting close to that trend line, I'd probably want to either light my position or raise my stop or do something that prevents me from losing all my gains. You know what I mean?
Yeah, don't give back any of your profits if you get them. Absolutely. Aura was mentioning it looks like Crow was hitting this one yesterday. Maybe he's taking today off if he absolutely murdered it.
A few other movers that were getting mentioned that I also saw on the scanner. FFIE was moving earlier this morning on financing. PWM, this one we've traded a lot. I didn't see any news. And then of course BNZI, an ex-girlfriend that we traded before. That those three were moving early this morning. We should keep them on our radar.
Yeah, absolutely. BNZI here, just pretty much right at its VWAP, right beneath FFIE. That news came out yesterday, and we had a little bit of a move back down here today, although it is still holding higher. We'll see what FFIE does. All right, that should do for most of the movers here. Did you have any thought on the Baba AI, which is moving Baba here today? I covered this a little bit earlier. Just wondering if you had anything on that.
I'm sure, in a couple of days, there'll be another AI that comes out that's better than Baba's. So I'm taking this with even the most tiniest grain of salt at this point.
Okay. Well said.
One thing I'm watching for is, because we talked about it yesterday in Happy Hour, but remember we mentioned First Solar.
Okay.
This one I took a position in yesterday, and it was funny that it got brought up because I was actually talking about it. I was looking at it and thinking about it, and I was looking at the chart, and I liked the way the chart looked. We're in a broadening wedge. It's been basically cut in half from the highs that it made last year. It looked like a pretty good technical bounce would be coming, but the thing that really interested me was how much I'm seeing more news about the product that this company has. It's solar panels, of course, but it's a particular type of material that's used that's more efficient and could be lower cost. I'm trying to think of the name. It starts with a P. Give me a second. I'll tell you exactly what it is.
Is this the flexible solar cell?
Yeah.
It's a crazy name. So the fact that you can't remember it, I wouldn't put too much into that. Perovskite
solar cell. So they're working on that. I'm seeing a lot of news about the benefits of this. It could the efficiency of it. So it could be a really good one in a good rebound play. So I took a position in this. It's going to be a short-term swing. Maybe several days, or however long it takes to get back up to some certain levels that I'm looking at. But so far, it looks like we're getting a rebound here. So off to a good start. Just kind of being patient with this one. It's not going to be a day trade.
Okay, good stuff there. First Solar, ticker FSLR. Okay, let's flip over to the main workspace here. Let's figure out what's moving right ahead of the open. What are we? 4 minutes from the open? 3 minutes from the open here, real quick. Let's see, SXTP. This is one that was, this is actually already pulled here in the pre-market. 60 Degrees Pharmaceutical shares are trading higher after the company announced a registered direct offering of common stock. This down back into penny territory. We'll see where that goes here.
Yeah, they had news yesterday.
Another penny stock. Another penny stock. NVNI, this is still pumping here. All right, we'll see. See, NXT was another one. This had news. Nextracker. Nextracker shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q3 financial results and raised its fiscal year 25 GAAP EPS guidance. This had earnings yesterday, higher here today, more upgrades or price target moves. We did have an upgrade from Barclays and a couple of price target readjustments. So that's ticker NXT. They might have a gap and go set up right there.
Yes, I know he doesn't like solar as much as he likes oil, but solar did really well under him, and oil not so much.
And here's what I mean. Elon knows about solar as well.
And if he does get his way with lower rates, guess what's happening with solar?
It's going higher. Yeah. Solar trades with rates there. So yeah, that's a really good point. SLXN here. Not sure what the hype about this is. It's holding above the VWAP. Volume's compressing. We'll see where this goes when the thing actually opens. We're pretty much just right at VWAP here. DJT, we'll take another look at that. This might be curling after that pullback. Volume also compressing here. OCEA, that penny stock that you guys wanted to get to, at the pre-market lows, at least trying to hold on here to 57 cents. We'll see here. OCEA. I can't even believe it. Jay Rice, what are you doing? Mullen is on the
Put some more shorts on
here
it, Jay
to the
Rice.
upside. I think Jay gave out an alert yesterday that he went long on this. I can't remember.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I shouldn't even really joke about that stuff, honestly. But anyway, Mullen popping here. Ryan Milligan, you had mentioned this earlier. I'm sorry I didn't get to this. FFIV, F5, they reported earnings here. Again, another possible cybersecurity play. F5 shares trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q1 financial results and issued strong Q2 revenue guidance. Stocks up 13.8% here, FFIV. We actually broke above 300. This is new all-time highs, aren't they? Bang, big move here in FFIV. Grats if you had this one. Wasn't in this one myself. Not yet,
30
anyway.
seconds.
I do like cybersecurity as a theme in 2025. That's not going away. Okay, we're under a minute till we get rolling here. Meta. You're mentioning Meta. This stock has continued to trade up. Just I feel like every day this stock is up since the look heard around the world. All right.
A little bit of sideways action, though. Hasn't been going up very much in the past 12 hours, really.
Let's take a 12-hour break there. We'll see.
Even stocks sleep, I guess.
All right. We are open. Let's see. What can we find here? I'm going to watch Amazon right off the gate here so Izzy doesn't get mad and start yelling at me.
NVNI, that's pushing up.
Dipped already.
It's pushing up, and it's getting to that trend line, looking for 650s right there. Let's see if we get a break through the trend line or if it gets slapped right back down. DJT also pushing up out of the gate. It's above that 3340 level that I have. Looking to get above. It looks like there was some support and resistance around 3440. Keep an eye on that level. But 3650 is the next upside target I have. We also have the pre-market high of 3536.
Okay.
SLXN, that's moving up or trying to.
Amazon coming in here looking to lose 239. See if we can hold in the 238 handle here. I'd actually really like this to get down to 238. We'll see if we get that. Getting a little bit of a dip here.
OCEA did not work out. That's fallen now. So we could not get the volume we needed to push up. That was a good setup, but it didn't have the volume, unfortunately. And
I'll never be upset avoiding penny stocks, 13. I don't care what you guys say about me.
And here's NVNI after it popped over that trend line a little bit by about 10 cents, came right back in. Not done here yet. There's still a lot of volume going on.
TEM. Sorry. Thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
TEM ripping out of the gate here. Remember, this was a Pelosi AI name that's really got hit on DeepSeek. And let's see. This looks like almost a 10-point move off those DeepSeek lows. TEM continuing to trade higher here. I would watch that $56 level, maybe 55 actually, TEM.
So one interesting thing about SXTP, that offering, that may have shaken out everybody that was bearish, and now we could try and trade back up because we're going to get back up to that offering price, I believe, and maybe even VWAP. It's making its way to VWAP right now, and it shows a nice reversal. So let's see if this has enough volume, enough strength to get up to at least VWAP. It's over $1 again. BNZI coming down. NVNI, after hitting that trend line, man, this is getting smacked.
I'm still watching Amazon here as we approach 238.
SLXN. This is coming up to the pre-market highs.
Let's take a look around and see what else we got going on here.
SPY. I want to see what the broader market's doing. So we're getting a little bit of a pull here today in the SPY out of the open. We'll see if that gets picked up. We saw that get picked up yesterday, and it went pretty high after that. Yeah,
and that's also kind of why I'm watching Amazon here. Amazon still 238.13. Actually, looks like we are getting down to that 238 here. See if we break beneath, might nibble a little bit there. 237.95. See if Amazon bounces here. With this would have to go with the market. This is also something that we're watching here.
OCEA trying to turn around. There's a trend that you can see that's trying to break. It's It could do it this candle, but let's just wait and see what we get here. Everything else not looking spectacular. Jay Rice saying VFC 30 target 30 plus.
Did end up nibbling a little bit here. Amazon 237.95. See if we get a dip and rip. It's just a nibble, so if it continues to pull in, we can cut it, wait for it to set up again. But we will try Amazon today off the pattern that we have identified recently.
All right. Well, it doesn't look like DJT wants to go down a whole lot. Somebody's trying to keep it up there. OCEA still hanging out here, now back above VWAP. NDNI trying to turn around and push higher as well. Maybe this actually breaks through the trend line. BNZI just kind of going nowhere. Right down to the 65 EMA where it's getting some support.
Starbucks just higher than yesterday's pre-market high, post earnings here on SBucks.
I think you had mentioned that could go to 110. I agree that 108, 110 possibility before we start seeing the selling in SBucks.
Yes, sir. Ranpak, this also trading up here. Watch 750 on Ranpak.
OCEA starting to break that trend. This could get going. It needs better volume, but it's looking like it's trying to do something here.
Lion, the goal here is for an Amazon day trade. Has nothing to do with the earnings and everything to do with a dip and bounce, which is what we've seen recently on Amazon. Sorry if that wasn't clear.
SXTP still making its way up to VWAP. It's almost there.
This held on to $1, it looks like. Bounced off that round $1 there. SGN getting mentioned by Smoked Tuna. Good morning, Tuna.
And VNI broke through that
rip here in SGN.
Broke through that trend line. 675 now the high, going higher.
Signing Day Sports. So SGN here. Signing Day Sports executes stock purchase agreement to acquire a majority of the capital stock of Deer Cashmere Group Holding Company. Okay. This is a Scottsdale. We'll ask Andy about that. The stock up 72%. Good mention here, Tuna. This wasn't on the list.
Yeah, folks, if you're making that money in the NVNI, well done.
Here, let me go to that. I'm still waiting on this Amazon bounce, which we are getting. Target would be 240 there if we can get it. Here is your NVNI. Oh, my.
OCA not looking too bad either. Making that break over the trend line. 70, just under 75 cents is where the pre-market high was. That's where I would be targeting.
Progressive G asking, how overblown do you think this deep seek pullback is? How do you want me to measure that? I do think it was overblown. I do also think that long term, I think that this is more competition is going to be better for the AI space. How do you want me to measure that? I do think it was, I agree with you on the surface there. NVNI, by the way, continuing to push. Watch for a 7 test here, 13.
Keep in mind, back in December, this thing ran up to 12.19.
Okay. You know what? I'm okay calling that a stupid level at this point.
Well, if it gets up there more than once, it's not so stupid.
No, okay. Fair point. Fair point there.
I mean, it looks like this was a SPAC at one point, so maybe it gets up to 10 at the least, but we'll see.
NVNI 7 test and through right there. Very, very quick. Pulled a little off those highs and higher. That was quick. NVNI, this has got some mo here. We might have hooked another one here today.
Hopefully we'll see some other of these move. Oh, wow.
Love this. Love the strategy here that Steve, this is really going here. Love the strategy here. I bought NVNI on the dip 590 here today. So awesome. So you actually waited for this to here, zooming in here, looking at what you did. This impulse move came back in, added on the dip, Steve. That's awesome. Did walking stops and got stopped out. Nice little gain. So I think that you mean you're walking your stops up, I'm guessing is what you meant there. Well done on that trade. In fact, we'll give you a register ring right out of the gate here. Envy us, becoming a member here. Welcome to Zinger Nation. Envy us.
Oh, awesome. We got another member. And now just keep in mind here with NVNI, this trend line that we identified, that is now going to be a support level. So should we start to see the price come back in and, sell it off a little bit? We should see buyers start to step in around that trend line. DJT heading lower. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we just getting a comment from Kramer here. Thank you, producer. Buy Starbucks. Period. End of story. Okay, 13. That's the directive from Kramer. We are supposed to buy Starbucks on a day where it finally reclaimed 100 and is trading up 6%.
Okay, so I guess everything's fine then.
Producer says rip Starbucks. There we go. Amazon continuing to hold above 238. That's what we want to see here. Jay Harris, I can't trade for you, dude. I just took an Amazon call. Did I take it too soon? Do you think that this continues to bounce and trade higher? Because if so, I don't think you took it too soon. We'll see if this ends up going lower here. I'm in shares, not options. Otherwise, I'd have given you that strike and expiry. Rampack. This pulled off that 750 spot that it tried to get above. SLXN. This is still pulling here. We're going. Actually, it looks like we just bounced off the 65 EMA on the 5.
Oh yeah, that was a big knife there on OCA. I see some folks mentioning that after getting over that trend line.
That's the penny. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I pulled right down. So, if it can't recapture that trend line on this next move up, it looks like the 65 EMA might be the earliest support level you have on the way down. BNZI, that's turning around. It's got low volume, but it's making some moves upward. Looks like a break of 150 could get some more attention on this.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. That 150 definitely seems to be the spot.
Okay.
Trader One saying sell NASDAQ now. Why? Give us the thesis there. Lion Atlas, are you on BABA, Lion? Are you trading BABA here today? See if that can take out the pre-market highs there at about $100. It didn't hit 100, but RNAS, that bouncing from yesterday?
It started
did well on RNAS yesterday. This was a really, really good trade too. We had a really, dude. It was crazy how long it lasted. Excuse me. It had this really, really clear trend line. Now, eventually, when this broke, it was over. But every pull back to this trend line ended up going. I feel like there were multiple trades there. Amazon now breaking lower. This is not what I wanted to see. We'll give it a little bit. We'll give it a little bit of room here on Amazon. Took out the pre-market lows. This is one of the things that we were watching there. Rise Gamer. Hello. I was driving earlier when Tim mentioned the REIT stocks. Can I get that list? Absolutely, you can. Shout out to you for waiting until you weren't driving to try and compose that message so that you didn't get hurt.
Would you like me to type these out?
I already have them on my clipboard and pasted them in there, but thank you, 13. You were a gentleman and a scholar. Christoph saying whoever called out SGN, thank you. I believe that was a tuna call. I think there were multiple people here in the chat, but this was a tuna call initially. I think this thing ripping here. Danny saying nobody cares about RCAT anymore. No, I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are many people in here, frankly, that care about RCAT. Have been trading that quite a bit here. RCAT really having a nice day here today. Nice little push there. How are the rest of the drones doing? ONDS a little bit weak here today. Mob, that was another drone name.
Yeah, AV down.
Flat. AV is going. I haven't looked at that's one. You want to talk about ignoring? That's one I haven't looked at in a hot minute here.
I'm trying to think of that the Aero Environment one. Like AVGS or AUG. I'm trying to think of what that was. Can't think of it.
SGN continuing to push here. 450. This halted SGN. Market's still pulling here. Let's take a look across the board. We'll start with the SPY here. SPY lows. We'll do the Qs next.
Yeah,
NASDAQ lows.
VFC, the one that Jay Rice is mentioning, looking like it's trying to make its next move up here. 2902 is the intra-session high. What else we got here? It looks like OCEA is trying to turn around here. It is still beneath VWAP. NVNI getting support from VWAP as well. Let's see if it can hold above it. BNZI still looks like it wants to do something with 150, of the breakout variety.
Amazon still coming in, lost that 237. We can still wait that out a couple more points. Might even add before we try that.
RNAS top ticked 11, pulled a little bit.
I'll go to RNAS here in a sec. EAT, ticker EAT, Brinker International just reported earnings and went higher. Here's your RNAS chart.
Andrew Senior TV says SGRY. Well, Axon ran. Well, of course it did. Did you see all those ICE headlines? Of course it did.
Yeah, of course it did. SGRY, this is Surgery Partners here. This is holding higher. Kevin, good morning, Kevin. Great to see you. Mentioning OKLO had a rough day the last 2 days. I guess yesterday wasn't too bad, but the day before pretty bad. OKLO trading back up here. So part of me wonders, right? We talked a little bit about the AI cost and all of that. Well, the other factor that is going to be the power here looks like some of these nuke names doing better here today. How's NNE and SMR doing? We'll look at those two. NNE also spiking here. SMR, I'm willing to bet same deal. So the nuke names trading up here across the board. That was a good mention there on OKLO, Kevin. Good mention there. Here, GRY, SLXN. So here we go off the 5. That is still holding that bounce. Can't get above the VWAP. I'd love to see this get above the VWAP. Just can't do it yet.
That doesn't look like a great formation there from the pre-market moving into the regular session. That kind of looks like a head and shoulders a little bit there.
And it has to turn around. I feel like it's just not doing that. Volume is all selling volume here. Not great. SLXN.
Yeah, that doesn't look too good. Maybe it gets support at VWAP, but if you lose the VWAP, maybe look. Oh wait, no, that's not VWAP. That's what your 65 EMA.
The dark blue line is the 65 EMA.
So I would watch that one. I see that Ivan Weth is pushing. I think we need to wait this move out, but it's starting to get going there.
Yeah. Remember, they had a PR recently saying that they have like 890 something in cash, 891 in cash. Stock makes money. Nice cash position here. See if this gets picked up here. Nobody seems to care yet on WEF. One of the things that I am holding a core position, but this is one of those stocks that I'm actually trading around that core position. So I actually just added yesterday 154 on this. I'd be looking to sell some of this about 185 just to kind of book some of that. We'll see if we get a push here. WETH. I do see a sizable offer here, 169. See if that gets eaten.
SXTP is making a move over VWAP. Might run into some trouble here at 120 where there's a little bit of a selling wall, but this is starting to get some movement over the VWAP. Not looking too bad. This is the one that had the offering, so that's all shaken out. Now they're trying to bid this thing up. So let's see what we get out of here. Oh, it's lost the VWAP.
I actually don't have. I have VWAP at 123, so I have it getting rejected, but at that VWAP, we'll see though. I did have it losing the 65 EMA. Just something to keep in mind there. Ryan Milligan mentioning Reddit. Did I just say Reddit? I can't believe that. Reddit here. Ryan saying, damn, Reddit was such a good hold. I really missed that one. Ryan, you're not alone, man. I actually thought that this might go into the teens. Now, thankfully, I didn't short it because I would be in so much pain if I did. I would be gone. I'd be taken out on a stretcher. Glad I didn't do that here. I'll just admit it. Mea culpa here from me. I've been wrong on Reddit. Maybe there will be a trade to the downside here, but look at this chart, man. You're not alone, man. I missed this one too.
SLXN. This is looking like it's trying. I mean, it could be losing its SLXN. Oh, you've got.
No,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I clicked on the ticker because it was at the top of the list here, and it's still ripping. This is a huge call from our group. Here is SLXN. I'm actually going to step away for a sec.
No problem. Yeah. So this is still trying to hold above the 65 EMA, but it looks like we could end up losing it. And if we do see that loss, I see some support from a demand zone, some consolidation in the pre-market. It's about at somewhere between 180 and 185. It's like about 183-ish. But if we do lose a 65 EMA, I expect that we'll get a little bit of support there, but I don't know if it'll hold. It could end up selling more. But at the very least, there might be a brief bounce in that area. Looks like SXTP still hasn't broken down, but it did come back in from the VWAP. BNZI, that finally got over 150 and went as high as was this 156? Yeah, and then we're in the next candle now where it's just trying to hold above that 150 area. If it does, we could push into the pre-market highs of 166 that we made much earlier in the morning. NVNI still holding above that trend line and trying to stay above, well, at least my broker's VWAP. OCEA, that went down right to the 65 EMA where it's currently getting support. Does it turn around here? I do not know. We still have the 200 right beneath it. Looks like Vink hasn't done anything yet. Just kind of went down and sideways. So, maybe later it comes back. I don't know. SLXN, I think we just talked about that. We're beneath the 65 EMA now. So that's now got more work ahead of it going up. I think this is going to get into the 180s pretty soon here.
Real quick at Fairchild here. I find that folks who don't regularly use Reddit don't quite understand its breadth. Fairchild, I would agree with you. I'm in that camp. I don't use it. I have the app installed on my phone. Sometimes I get notifications about different posts I may or may not check out, but man, oh man, I don't use this. And I think you're exactly right. I definitely don't seem to really understand what kind of reach this actually has. This is a good mention.
I frequent it. I don't have an account, but when I do looking around for things and research, Reddit does kind of pop up from time to time.
Okay.
And they do have some really good posts in there, some pretty solid information. So if you want to take the time to look at it and see what these posts are saying and do your own research, you'll find that there's actually some pretty decent information in there.
Okay.
Good ideas.
Arnaz here, this curling up as well. This continuing actually just broke higher here on Arnaz.
We just lost that trend line with NVNI. BNZI now coming back in. Looks like we're getting a pull across the market. Planet Labs might be turning around here. Went straight down out of the open and has been forming a base for the past 20 minutes. Maybe it pushes back up to VWAP. We'll have to wait and see.
SGN finally pulling here at 6. So we'll see what happens. I'm actually going to turn some of these EMAs off. We'll see what happens when this comes back to the VWAP here. SGN finally turning into some selling volume. Really good stuff here on the way up.
Being asked about
from the group. Yeah, sorry.
Levels for SGN. So I'm coming up with some of those for y'all right now. I kind of like 725. That doesn't look too bad. Hold on, let me give you some. Let me take a little bit of time here to find some of these levels. Maybe 875 as well. I would just go with those two for now.
Amazon did. Let me bring up Amazon here real quick. Amazon is trying a little bit here to curl. Maybe it gets back up. Watch this 237.60 spot. Let's see if we can get back above there. Might be time for an ad here. VWAP still at 238. I still want to see 240 higher here. Remember, initial buy price here 237.95. So we're real close to being flat on this one. Amazon curling here. Where's Izzy when I need him? Apple also starting to trade up here. The Q's bouncing. So we talked a little bit earlier about the Q's really pulling here. They did pull down. They are starting to bounce. Amazon going with that. We'll see how strong this bounce is here on the Q's. And remember, a lot of this stuff could change or is going to change when we have the Fed meeting. Here's your SGN.
Yep. So 725 and 875. Those are the two upside levels that I'd be keeping an eye on. We have the 200-day EMA at 1432. That could be a stupid level if we want to go there. It's because it's more than a 2x from this current price. So it's possible, but I'm not going to jump into this moving train right now. I'll wait for it to come back in. But 725 would be the next spot to watch for some resistance.
Okay, let's take a quick look here at some of the other names. NBIS, this is another one that we've talked about recently. This bounced yesterday. Looks like it's continuing to bounce here today. So this also kind of supporting the DeepSeek, not a big, terrible thing for the market. The world's not ending. This seems to confirm that. NBIS. I know a lot of folks in our community are trading this one.
It's like DJT reversed and is trying to recapture that 3340 level. Man, NBNI is with an ugly move down. It's still kind of dropping here. It looks like it may end up going lower. That's just what the MACD is suggesting now as well. Maybe there's some support at 575, but I don't know how long that'll last.
I'll tell you what, that trend line that you identified earlier, that told the story. 13, that told the story here today.
SGRY. This one also could see some selling, maybe losing VWAP. We got a series of upper shadows here over the past 15 minutes. And we just started this current candle now. I'd expect at this stage that the 5-minute candle that we're in should be weaker than the previous three. So that's what I'll be watching for with SGRY, at the very least down to the VWAP, maybe even through it.
OKLO highs here, looking like this is going to 38. Amazon pulling off that curl. See where that stops.
Looks like SGN getting a pull here towards VWAP after hitting 659.
I do. By the way, Frank, you're asking, is it really? I have a float reading here, 495K on SGN. and on average, the stock trades 170,000 shares. Today, it's traded 25 million already.
So that's today's RNAS, because RNAS also has a very low float of like 640 something thousand shares. So very, very low float in that one as well.
Okay. Devin, good morning. Ryan, you're the man. Thanks so much for everything yesterday. You're more than welcome. Glad we're able to get you sorted again, folks. If you need help, reach out to any one of us. We're always here to help. Glad we got you all sorted there, Devin. Good morning. Great to see you.
Okay, so here comes DJT trying to get above that 3340. Looks like we're just above that now. And
I've got 3358 as the VWAP. I got a test of VWAP on DJT literally right now.
It's funny. My VWAP is down at 3305, which is where this current candle's low was.
I'm just going to keep flipping through some here. SPGC, that's a golf thing.
NBNI trying to come back up to the trend line and the VWAP. Doesn't have the greatest volume. I don't have a lot of confidence at the moment that it's going to recapture both of those. It might trade up to them, but it doesn't look like they have the volume to get over it. And also the MACD is indicating that this may continue to go down as well.
I'm probably going to stay away from NVNI here, honestly. Maybe if it gets back above that trend line and starts holding it, that could kind of change the setup here. But And Nick, you were mentioning BE. I was actually just taking a look at that. I think Ryan Milligan mentioned BE earlier this week, if I'm not mistaken. This is trying to curl here. This again also had kind of a rough day, very much like CEG. This has had a rough performance since that DeepSeek thing, but maybe we're starting to curl here.
Because that's fuel cell backup generator systems for data centers.
Yeah.
BNZI popped to 172, coming back in hard now. Looks like VFC setting up to push higher. Current high of the day is 29.02.
Kevin, appreciate this. Another piece of news here. DeepSeek app no longer available in Apple and Google's app stores in Italy. Interesting.
Now, why is that? Is that something that Italy did? Did they say we don't want this on any of our countrymen's phones? So Apple, Google, please take it off your stores.
Wouldn't it be Italy that I guess Apple could control that, but why would? Yeah, no.
I'm just curious. Like, what was the reason for it to be unavailable in that particular? I'm assuming that's what it could be, but I want to be sure.
I'll let you know if I find that here.
All right. Well, BNZI doesn't seem like it's finished. Trying to recover. RNAS pulled down to the VWAP. See if it gets some support there. DJT got over that 3340 and then went right back down. What's up?
I'm glad you were asking, why did Italy do this? And Christoph is saying because it spews Chinese propaganda. Just very, very frank right there. why that's the case.
Well,
Vink, complete round trip on that news here today. Rough.
Yeah.
Rough.
Yep. So right down to, let's see, was it 162, 163 is kind of where that price action was basing yesterday. That would be an interesting level. Let's see what happens there.
NVNI, I took it out. I did what Tuna says never to do. Take it off the screen when it's weak and then it gets strong. That's exactly what happened here. NVNI bouncing right back to the trend line. We'll see if we get that trend line is actually lined up perfectly with my VWAP at the moment.
My VWAP's a little bit higher at 673, but I still outlined both of them. We need more volume than this to get through those. And I'm still thinking that could be the case.
Thank you, John. John saying that Italy claims that DeepSeek doesn't adhere to the GPDR.
Perfect. Thank you very much, John.
Amazon still trying to hold 237 here. Let's take a quick look at the NASDAQ, which has been pulling here this morning. Okay, so NASDAQ holding in there. I like to see that.
All right, NVNI trying to make its way over that trend line, but still having a time. OCEA, maybe it's trying to turn around. I don't know.
NVNI right here at that spot, 666. Stopping so far at the VWAP. Place your bets here, though. This is the key level, at least so far. NVNI, no position for me. I'll probably pass on this one.
There it is, up to my VWAP now. Broke through that trend line.
And there we go. All I had to do was pass so you folks could make money.
I need to see recapture that trend line.
Goldman Sachs really strong here today. Chris, I saw that you were mentioning here JP Morgan. Goldman Sachs, one of the banks that I've been watching here. Unfortunately, I don't have a position in it. Nice move here for Goldman Sachs. More new all-time highs.
SGN new highs.
This thing's been a ripper here today.
Oh yeah. RNAS after it cooled off a little bit here, it's getting support from the VWAP. Maybe it tries again. It doesn't look too bad here, but the volume kind of fell off, so that's why I'm like maybe with a question mark.
Well, here comes your 725 spot. God, they're gonna they got so close right there. I don't want to say this is done yet, 13.
Well, I also had that 875 level, but yeah, 724. That's not bad. That's kind of what we were looking for. Just maybe some sellers taking profit right at that level, and then buyers start stepping in and pushing it up higher. It's entirely possible, but 725 was one of the levels that stood out. So here we are.
Lion saying SGN. We're going to take 7 at some point here. SGN. CEG getting a mention. Is that bouncing back since the sell-off that we've had? Indeed. It's looking pretty good. Big of Bees, if you're still out there, let me know. Did you end up trading this one yet again? I actually might. Hey, let me take a look at CEG for a swing. I'm going to take a look at the option chain. I'll let you know if I feel anything here.
All right. Planet Labs looking like it's trying to come back. I have VWAP and the 200 EMA right about at 563.64. See if we can get through those.
Looks like the 300 call got bought on CEG for a bounce there. 1380 is your ask on that call. I'd like something a little bit cheaper.
We're still seeing a push in SGN, trying to get back up to 725. Couldn't get it with this candle. Maybe this next one does it. And if it starts to come back in, then I would just wait until we get a solid base, and then it can try and push up through 725 later, maybe even hit 875.
Amazon, another break lower here. Sorry about this, folks. Dip buy, not working so far yet in Amazon. I'm going to leave the nibble on here and see where this settles. Again, just kind of took a small position to start here. Definitely will add to this at some point. But rough start here for Amazon.
SGRY, those upper shadows, we got a pull after those, but not too far. It got picked up when it went beneath VWAP, and now we're back above it and are trying to push higher. 2628 is the pre-market high in SGRY. BNZI still going pretty strong here. Made a high of 172. What did?
It just disappeared. I was going to click on it for you, and it literally disappeared right as I tried to click it.
Maybe it should be changed to Hocus Pocus instead of
Hocus Pocus. This actually might take 170 out and go higher here.
Mm-hmm. Looking like it could. And because we were looking at 205, because that was the pre-market high from, I believe, Monday. All right. Okay, well, RNAS still looking pretty decent. Trying to push a little higher, but volume is evaporating a bit here.
Goldman at the highs, Bitcoin at the highs, VIX is melting again.
Where is it at now?
VIX, your VIX print, current price 1658.
Oh, we could still go lower.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just saying it looked like it was when that NASDAQ was selling off here this morning, it looked like it might try to curl up, but we're right back down to the lows here. Speaking of which, S&P futures here look like they're holding the 6,073 handle. They're starting to bounce up off that. S&P futures kind of curling back up towards the highs here. We'll see on SPY. Take a look at the NASDAQ here. NASDAQ looks like that bounces in from 520. Really like to see this get above the VWAP and start rocking. That should be good for our Amazon trade as well.
Are you serious, Jay Rice? Did they really get out of here? I got to see this.
Did it really do that?
I'm not seeing news of it yet. I'm waiting for that headline to come across there. If you're serious about that, man, that seems mean.
I actually have an open trade on Lyft, which is one of the reasons I'd be interested in that. I'm still in those April 20 calls here. I'd really like to see this move higher. Not getting it yet, though. Yeah, I don't see that. I don't see that deal in either of these stocks, Jay.
VFC. Well, it looks like Archer is getting a bit of a pop here, but VFC still holding up.
He was just joking. He was just joking the whole time.
Oh, Jay, you funny man. All right, what's going on here with stocks? Are they doing anything that we like? Looks like SGN is. Well, I don't know about that. I don't like the way that those two upper shadows look so close together. A little worried about SGN.
Love this comment here from Carmen. Carmen with a good one. Here we go. Big Bees, I've learned that I'm terrible at day trading. Carmen, I don't think you're terrible. But anyway, I self-admitted I'm terrible at day trading, but the day trading runners are where I learn about companies that have a bright future. And I can't stress enough how right of a thought process this is, Carmen. Even if you realize that, hey, what's going on right now? I can't really participate in it. You're still trying to take away positives from that. This is a winning attitude. This should benefit you going forward here. Really good stuff. And if some of these runners cause you to do deep dives into some of the stocks, you'd be amazed at what you'll find there. So really like this, Carmen. Thanks for sharing here.
Yeah, that's really weird about Jay Rice's comment about Archer and now it's it's running, it's making new high. It's beating all the highs in the pre-market. So it's just funny how he said that and this started running. Oh man.
Jay says I'm awful at day trading, not for me. Totally get it. Day trading is hard. How many times did Tim Melvin tell you that? It is hard. I admit it is hard. You guys see me screw up every day almost. The better trades for me are going to be the swing trades. Something that I can hold over a period of time, generally speaking, is going to do better for me.
Watching VNI, I think it's trying to make a push over VWAP again. We just need to see an increase in the volume, and it could do it. That's really the only component that it's missing. It's got a pretty decent setup. Just need that volume to push it through. What else? What else?
Ivan, we'll take this too. Ryan, that's exactly what I like about this channel. I've made 3 trades in total, but have been adding on future stocks that are low or wait for good entry points. Really good stuff there. Look, I wish I could take credit for this, but there's an old adage that the stock market is just very simply a mechanism that moves money from the impatient to the patient. And however you figure out how to participate in that, there's not necessarily one right answer. There's a bunch of good information that you can get anywhere. Let me know, Ivan, what else we can do as a group here to increase the value. I know what we try to do here every day. We try to run down what's going on with the market, run down what's going on with some of these stocks that are shakers and movers, and then come up with active spots and active trade ideas every single day. But if there's something else that we can maybe fold in there that would be valuable, I guarantee 13 and I are going to be receptive to that. 13's got his own ideas here.
Yeah. And right now, I'm just waiting to see if NVNI is going to actually make it through this VWAP. It's trying to go right now. It would be cool if it did. SGN, I still don't know about this one. Archer pulling after that move up to 944. BNZI looks like this is trying to push up into new intraday highs.
SPY. Nope, you're fine. SPY is pulling. I was actually looking at the market here. Chris had mentioned that the SPY was pulling. Indeed, NASDAQ pulling too. So we did get a little bit of relief from that earlier pull. NASDAQ rolling right back over to the lows. Who was that? Trader I, Trader 1, or Trader L? It was something like that. You were mentioning earlier, just kept saying sell, sell, sell. I don't remember. I don't think you gave us a reason why, but here you go. This nicely rejected at the VWAP here, right back down to the lows on NASDAQ.
Ooh, yeah, that was a big pull on NVNI. Wasn't in there for that, but yeah, could not get it and hold above VWAP. MACD also not looking great after this move. This is not going to be something I'm going to be on anymore. Has a pretty bearish pattern after this pull. So we close this current candle. It's not going to be looking great.
SLXN, this is a pop above the VWAP here. Might be back testing it there.
DJT still hanging in there.
Rigetti.
What, Rigetti?
Yes, Smita's mentioning Rigetti here. I feel like we haven't even really looked at the quantum names, which obviously that wasn't the right move. Rigetti here, pretty decent volume. Looks like a good move. Are any of the other names doing the same thing here? QUBT, about flat. QBTS.
Oh, good mention on SLXN. This, NVNI does look pretty done. But SLXN, this looks like it might take out 230 and get going here. Not a bad amount of volume coming in. MACD starting to curl. May need a little bit more time, but this is I think 230 is a big level to get through here. Well, that does that. Let's see what else is moving here.
Starbucks off those highs. How's BABA doing?
BNZI, new highs, 178.
BABA, pretty good dip and rip there. Amazon still holding 237 here, so really not breaking down fast. That's good to see. BNZI going bonsai as we speak.
And DJT looking for that 3340 level again. Now they brought a whole bunch of sellers in at 219 on SLXN. They just broke through it, but they're reloading. This may end up going here. Still need to take out that 230 wall.
FTAI Lion, really good stuff on this one. I definitely didn't do this well. When I was trading this one, I took short dated. I was looking for a very short term bounce. You were very, very clear that you were going to give it some time here, very much like you did on GL. And it looks like that's working here. Market seems to be bouncing back here. Britt saying such a great point, Ryan. Which one? I'm happy about that. EA bouncing here. All right. So we took this for a bounce play on Monday. Got smacked around a little bit yesterday, but this looking pretty good here. EA exposure, February 125 calls for the bounce.
I was asked a question. Hold on real quick here. Market Sniper. So my inputs for my MACD are my fast length is 12, slow length is 26, and my smoothing is 9. All right, what's going on here, SLXN? Still holding above VWAP, but got a little bit of a pull there. Might just be setting up for the next move. RNAS lost VWAP. OCEA kind of just hanging out between the 206 and the 65 EMAs. All right, is this going to be the move now, SLXN, or are you going to rug pull again?
Oh,
certainly trying to do something. SGN getting some support from VWAP. Let's see if this holds here and tries to reverse. AI Rod mentioning Kava. And Wiss also saying KR.
Yeah, so Kava here is up 5% today. But if we take a look here at the Kava chart, this is actually have a pretty sweet bounce. We traded in from 150. We traded 40 points lower here, came into about 110. So far, we've held that. This is now up 22 points off that level, 22 and a half points here on Kava. So a pretty decent reversal. I guess you could really even call this a double bottom at 111 if you wanted. I still think this is overvalued. I still think this should come in, but we're getting a pretty healthy bounce at the moment.
BNZI had this radical pop up to 183, and then the very next candle, it just brought it right back into VWAP.
You got to be quick with that, with Bonsai there.
Yeah.
You got to be quick with that one. Chicken legs. LOL at the handle. That one's pretty funny. Are you guys on every day? Yes. Any day the market is open. Benzinga's pre-market playbook will be on. We start at 8 a.m. getting you ready for the market. And we trade up to 11 a.m.
Keep an eye on SLXN. It's still trying to push up. It's holding above
230 seems to be that area that we really need to break above.
Absolutely. They just brought some bids in beneath 225. Hopefully that gives it a lift, and that just got taken out. Still has that MACD curling, so there's a possibility this could push up. But we are now beginning to form some upper shadows here on the 5-minute chart. So got less than a minute left in this current candle. Let's see what the next candle gives us. We have Vink trying to turn around as well.
Good morning, Rustam.
VFC, that finally lost VWAP. Now it's getting support from some of these pre-market levels.
VFC, right? I did VST here.
Looks like
OCEA, penny stock that you guys were mentioning earlier, that just kind of bottomed out at 40. SGN bounce off the VWAP. What do you think? We just think this goes higher here or not?
That's a nice rebound there. I think it needs, well, obviously it needs more volume, but I don't know right now. It's looking pretty good. I need to see a recapture of, I need to see it close over 7. We have not been able to do that yet. 2 times earlier this morning, tried to get over 7, could not do it. I'm sorry, couldn't close above it. I want to see it close above 7. We get that, we could see continued upside.
Jay Rice, what do you think about Lantheus here after this pullback that we got yesterday? I did notice some calls were getting bought into this. It's holding higher here today. Looks like maybe it wants to try and bounce here. This actually doesn't look like a terrible area. Jay, what do you think about Lantheus, LNTH, for a swing trade here after that pull yesterday? Evergreen Theragnostics in an all-cash transaction.
RNAS looks like it's going to try. Is going to try and come back up to VWAP. I don't know that it's going to recapture it, but this is something I'm looking at. SLXN still holding above VWAP, but we have those upper shadows from the previous 2 candles. Don't want to see a third one. Waiting for Vink to come back up, maybe even recapture 2. We'll see if that's in the cards for Vink. BNZI has not done a whole lot of anything since it had that pop and drop.
Interested in this Lantheus newsprint here.
The Benzinga cryptocurrency show would need to stream 24/7, 365, and we would need a rotating crew for that show as well.
We would need we would need to renegotiate compensation out the wazoo for something like that. Let me just put it that way. Nick mentioning Intel here.
Seems like things really slowed down all of a sudden.
Yeah, it really does, 13. I'm glad you said that because I was kind of thinking the same thing. Sure does. All right, so here, Nick, I'll share some information that I have here on Intel. You do with it what you will. It is certainly not a this is certainly not a recommendation, but here, let me cue the quote up here so I don't butcher it. Okay.
First Solar, not bad. That's been doing well this morning.
Okay. All right. So regarding Intel here, this is just some information that I have from my network here. Someone that works in law enforcement. I'm going to leave them nameless because they're active. I didn't get permission to share that. Got an eye on Intel here. The federal government has been assisting with security in the Intel facilities in Ohio. Working closely is usually a heads up that something is expected with being able to have U.S. chips, or it could also get purchased. Just some thoughts here. So again, someone that with boots on the ground here that's kind of noticed, hey, when this stuff happens, generally something's going to happen there at Intel. I don't know what that is. I don't have any information for you. It is not a recommendation. Do with it what you will, but happy to share some of that information from our group.
I don't know if you have any interest in maybe doing a poll on who we think Intel is getting picked up by. Does that sound interesting to you? Yeah,
it sure does. I mean, do you have some suggestions for like A, B, and C that we could throw in that poll?
Oh, you mean like, which one of the companies they would choose?
Yeah. Like, Microsoft would be one of them.
Well,
IBM.
Yeah. You could probably do some of the usual suspects. Like I don't think they are, but I'm sure a lot of people think that NVIDIA could be one to pick them up. But
okay.
I don't think they are. You could do all the different chip names, like you could do Broadcom, you could do Global Foundries, AMD. I have my own opinion on who I actually think is going to be picking up. It's literally none of those. But we could start off with a handful. I mean, I don't know how the poll would be pretty big because there's so many different semi names. But if you just want to type into the chat what the ticker
let's do that. Producer, if you're still around, let's run a poll. Chat's active on this. They got their own ideas here, so let's throw a couple in there. I think that our max 4 or 5. Maybe we should do 3 companies and other.
Okay.
For the poll here. So here,
look at the most popular ones in the chat.
Yeah, let me compose this for the producer because I'm kind of just haphazardly mentioning it here. Poll: Who will buy Intel? Is that the poll I'm asking? It's not a joke.
No, I'm laughing because somebody was saying Elon buying Intel.
Okay. And then our choices here. We had Microsoft, IBM, NVIDIA, and other.
Sure.
Is there? Let's try one more if we can.
Well, another line I was saying Qualcomm. That's not a bad idea. Also Broadcom, but I still don't think it's either one of those either.
Okay. I'm asking the producer if we can do that. I'll let you know. Jay, I had asked you about Lantheus, and you got back to me, and I appreciate that. Let me go ahead and read that here. Lantheus, again, ticker LNTH. I've been in and out of the name for years. It's such a screwy name. It trades thin. Still going to do about 670 this year, so it's not expensive. They bought that company, yes, and knocked it down. That's what I'm wondering. So they got hit yesterday on buying a company that actually should be good long-term. When I hear that, Jay, I almost think buying opportunity, right? We're down here. This was 100. It got knocked down 10% to $90 here. We're curling today. Part of me wonders if there's if this is just kind of a discount on this, and this is a potential buy. Appreciate this, Jay. Let's see. What else did I miss here? I
guess RFK is in front of the Senate Finance Committee. Right now?
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to read here because that was a good comment. So Steve was asking, do you think the market is waiting for the Fed at 2 p.m.? Steve, we've seen that a lot. Okay, we've seen that a lot. So I would not put that out. But then that other comment there from Danny, everyone watching the RFK hearing now. Is that on TV? I have CNBC on my spare screen here.
Well, looking at what he
can't hear it anyways.
Looking what the headlines are coming out, like here's one that's kind of interesting. RFK says he would work with farmers and food producers to reduce regulations. So that could be good for some of these agriculture plays, or some of these livestock plays. Looking at TSN, that's not really doing a whole lot. It's slightly up, but not by a whole lot. They have earnings in 5 days, so it's kind of like that thing now that I'm on with what RFK is saying if he's talking about farmers and reducing regulations.
You just reminded me with the TSN mention there. That was good stuff there, but you just reminded me. So before, I've shared with you before that one of my good friends has worked for Tyson, never in a spot where they have non-public information, but worked for there and has given us some input. He has actually moved on. Unfortunately, I've lost my connection to TSN. I'm sure I could still try to get some information. Might be a little bit slower turnaround, but alas, that connection has dried up. Good for my friend, though. So happy for him.
Yeah. So what's the next big food business that he went into?
He didn't go into food. That was the key. He went into healthcare, which I, again, one of the reasons why I'm happy for him.
SLXN,
sorry, I got distracted there.
SLXN might get some legs here. It's really pushing right now. Looking for the pre-market high 239.
Let me go back to that. Sorry, I'll do that while I'm queuing this up. Jay, appreciate your input there on LNTH, by the way, on Lantheus. That's not one that I follow, but I've been following it since you've mentioned it, so I really appreciate that. Here's your XLSN chart, and oh my, you're right. Big move there. Okay, I'm going to go vote in the poll. Thank you, producer, for getting that ready there. The poll is live. We only can have 4 choices there. So it looks like we knocked IBM off of that. That's fine. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and place my vote. Looks like you guys are voting. Please vote in the poll. Appreciate it. Who would buy Intel?
Yeah, SLXN, this thing on a bit of a tear right now. Might run into resistance closer to 3. There's a lot of consolidation up there. Could see some of these other names start moving like that. RFK owns Crisp, says Ivan. SGN might do a flush.
Now, would that flush be buyable, smoked tuna? What do you think? Or I guess it probably depends on the level here. But I mean, a flush down to 5, maybe even what? Let's see what the 65 EMA and the 5's all the way down at 3. I would personally, I don't have a position in this, just to be clear. But if I was day trading this currently, I'd be worried if this lost VWAP.
Yeah, that, and if it does have a pop ahead of that flush, I think that pop may send it up to 675 before it comes in. But that's if it pops.
Ivan here mentioning, Ivan saying if RFK gets elected, psychedelics will do a pump. That might be the case, but one of the other things that we could really look into are going to be peptides. Anything that is connected to peptides is likely going to pop as well. By the way, Amazon patience working out for us, 238.50 now. We're trading back up. We're back in the green, baby. Let's see if we can get to 240 here, Amazon.
That mention about the psychedelics is not a bad idea. Look at
not
MNMD.
At all.
Look at MNMD. That has moved when he's
MNMD.
MindMed. Yep.
Yeah, I'm dumb.
That started doing this when RFK went on the Senate Finance Committee. This looks like a setup. SGN not breaking down, by the way, but it needs to break that trend. That trend is about at 675 from here. But yeah, I like that setup in MindMed. So this looks like it might get some more attention here. All right. SLXN hit 261 before coming in a little bit. I'd like to see this kind of hold the 230s if it comes in. DJT headed lower. Vink trying to figure out if it's going to get over 180 or not. NBNI, this thing, yeah, I think that was a correct call. It just looks done for the day. Maybe it gets support down to the 65 EMA, but the volume's not really that great. RFK should stimulate I don't know what those sales are. Lozenge. SLXN looks better now. It could be like, let's see, is this the, no, this has got almost 3.5 million shares. This one looks like it could be similar to RNAS yesterday, where it has these pops over VWAP, kind of, consolidates, maybe trades a little bit down, and then it has another pop again. Just wait for those to show up. Planet Labs still making new lows. SGN volume continues to wane. And BNZI looks like it's trying to push into new highs. Needs to get back into the 180s. Current high of the day is 183. It's trying to actually take out this wall here. Here we go. Now it's starting to get going. There's a lot of sell orders in the way of BNZI's upside, but they're taking these levels out.
BNZI for being kind of a kind of a junkier name here. This has actually been a pretty sweet tradable formation here. It's done a really good job staying above the VWAP. It's been built this nice almost staircase higher here. This is a 40 points peak to trough here. This was not bad and not as difficult as we've seen with some of these trades in the past. Amazon, this is starting to cook now. Where's Izzy at? Man, oh man, we did it. The day that I finally did it without his call, here we are. Amazon really starting to cook. Let's get above 249, 240 here on Amazon. I'll tell you what, with this being a quality company, I don't feel the need to be flat on this overnight. I'll take this home. We can talk about this tomorrow if this continues to perform here today.
Looks like Vink is trying to make a return. It's right around its VWAP right now. It just had an impulse move over it. Now we're getting it's got a little bit of a pull beneath it. I think it trades back and forth a little bit here. Just kind of watching to see what it does. SGRY just been kind of sideways for the time being. Keep an eye on SGRY. Typically, when you see some sideways action like this, there's going to be an impulse move in one direction or the other. Can't tell you which one, but the more sideways it goes, the less price action it has, the more likely there's going to be some kind of impulse move coming. I would think maybe higher, but I don't know for sure. OCEA still sideways as well. DJT looks like that's trying to turn around, but has a little bit of a ways to go to VWAP.
I think this OCEA is done for the day, guys.
SLXN, that popped higher. 279 was now the current high. This one looking like it's getting some good movement here.
Yes, sir. This is still going here. Grats to anyone that was on this. This is probably this and SGN, two of the better day trade plays here today. Really good stuff from the group.
SGN not done. It's trying to get up to that 675 and break through that trend line. It just went right up there. Now it's pulling. This is SGN. Still not done. Looks like it. I mean, I don't know.
Man.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to break this trend line or not, but it's certainly getting some of the volume that it needs to do it.
And I'm looking at this. I didn't watch this in real time. Honestly, I didn't watch this in real time, but what a move. This pull beneath the VWAP here, this might have shaken people. Then it turned into a buy. They bought it right back higher here. Wow.
NVNI looks like it's going lower. SXTP is starting to get some more attention here. It's turning back up. Still beneath a lot of these stronger EMAs and the VWAP, so I don't know how much upside's here, but it looks like it's trying to do some kind of recovering effort.
BRB, 1 sec here, 13. I won't leave you hanging for long. No, I'll give you a rundown on what's coming up. BRB.
All right, so SGN, right up to that trend line, near that what was the high that we made? 672, so not too far from that 675 level I was looking at, and now we are getting a little bit of a pull, but still above VWAP. We are also getting a pull in SLXN as well. SGN is setting to the lower, says Smoke Tuna. I mean, it looks like it could be. I consider this a little bit of limbo right now, but after seeing those rejections off that trend line there, I'm a lot less confident that we're going to see a breakout. I'm kind of there with you on that. Hey, Anthony, I appreciate it. Best day ever. Awesome. We'll come back tomorrow and have another great day. How about that? KRKR says smoked tuna. What's going on with KRKR?
I'm back. I'll put it on screen here. KRKR.
Oh, that's halted to the upside right now. It just broke through VWAP. I don't know how long it's been halted for, but if it just did as I put it on my screen, then we have a little bit of time. Is this the first halt in KRKR, or is this?
No, this is the third halt in KRKR today.
So we might. It might not be until closer to 11 when the sun halts. I'm gonna probably have a longer halt in that one. All right. What else are we looking at here, folks? It's going to 7.5. That's what MBS is saying.
Is that SGN?
Yeah, I think that's what he's referring to.
Okay, we got a NV price target here today. How about that?
I think I'm about to get my next move in First Solar.
SLXN, this curling here that Smoke Tuna mentioned, setup looks nice. This might try to go higher. 280 the spot there.
Well, it's starting to move a little bit.
Logitech, one of our earnings winners here, $100 in sight here. Remember, Barclays price target 103 to 106 post earnings here. Logitech, LOGI.
First Solar back over 170. They're starting to bring in some more sellers into SLXN. Come on, buyers, take them out. Looks like 270 has a big concentration of sellers there too. Not liking this wick that we just put in here with SLXN either. Might need a little bit more time.
Market here, not really doing anything. I think we're definitely in the spot at this point now where we're just kind of hanging out until we get this, until we get the Fed decision here.
Yeah.
And I mean, with that, with us all kind of expecting what's going to happen here, I wonder what the market reaction is going to be.
Well, the market does like being right.
Yeah, that it does. Can we get your input on Microsoft, which also has its print tonight, by the way? You know what I should do on Microsoft, though? I should probably go to a bigger chart here.
I don't know what kind of price action we'll get after the print, but my long-term view of this is that, well, I'm holding it long-term to begin with, but I think we'll see 500 sometime by the second half of next year, or this year, I mean.
Okay, so you're thinking at some point by Q3 or at some point in Q3, I think we print 500 here. To me, just looking at the chart here, sure looks like this 450 area is your next really big level. I guess maybe the all-time high right after that at 467 and change. 450 seems to be the level to watch here on Microsoft. Again, print here after hours today. We'll see where this ends up going. Yeah. We'll see after earnings here. This trend line on the bottom, I definitely want this to hold. This trend line goes all the way back to the yen carry trade.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to need a bigger chart. Oh, that's good. That's good.
That's not a bad take there, Scapegoat. Not a bad take at all.
What? I think Jay Powell makes a dovish comment and the market rallies. Then Trump imposes tariffs on Canada and the market falls and pushes the blame on the Fed.
My whole thing is that we're going to get what the Fed's going to do and Trump is going to react. I think everybody agrees with that, right?
Yeah. In fact, Tim Melvin just told us this morning he's expecting some tweets later today.
Yep. I think that's what is on the expectation for everybody is that no matter what Powell says, Trump's going to have a reaction for it.
Yeah, I would say unless they cut, which I don't think they're going to do. I think you're going to get that reaction. I think you're right.
Well, what's happening?
Mike, good morning. Can't wait to trade the volatility post FOMC decision. So let me ask you, Mike, do you think whatever direction we go, at that decision, the first move. You think we reverse off that? Think we trade the inverse of that? How are you looking at that? Or are you counting the number of times he says something in a speech? Curious to know how you're approaching that. Okay, and then a look ahead here today. So we're talking about the FOMC. That's at 2, folks. 2 p.m. Eastern today. The schedule until then, we are going to be streaming that, by the way. We'll have that here, right here for you. The schedule before that, all access is going to start. We're going to do that here in about 7 minutes, 10:50 to 11. Then we're going to do story trading from 11 to 11:30. Can't wait to see what those guys are up to. And then we're going to do futures fever from 11:30 to 12. So stay tuned. We got a lot of stuff coming up here for today. It's going to be a busy day. And actually, we're going to carry this too into the after hours because we're also streaming some of those earnings calls as well.
Some of the losers that we were looking at earlier this morning are trying to make an attempt to come back. That'd be OCA and DNI. They're trying. I'm not saying they're doing, but they're trying. They're putting in some green candles, trying to recapture some levels, but the volume is still very low, and I just don't have a whole lot of confidence in these.
Did Baba finally pop 100 right there? Okay. Yep. We said that in the pre-market here. It wasn't an out there call because the thing was already $98, but we said that this was going to test 100 here today. There you go. There's your test and a break above. We'll see if it holds.
Yeah, KRKR just popped and halted. Let's see here.
NXT still teasing that 50 breakout. See if we get that.
SXTP looks like this is also trying to turn around here. Seems like it's getting a little bit better volume, but yeah, I don't know. It's trying to recapture the 200 EMA right now, and if it does, then it still has a 65 in the VWAP to deal with. SLXN kind of sideways up here after that pop to 279. FFIV 11% says Ryan Milligan.
Yeah, that was this again. Cybersecurity theme post earnings here. This is actually a really awesome dip down to 280. Ryan, did you buy this dip? That was sick. If you let me know because I got sound effects for you if you bought that dip. I should have been paying more attention to this instead of Amazon here today. Honestly.
NBS is looking to buy. I guess he has a buy target at 550 and holding till 750. So that's going to put your buy target at about the my 15 EMA, which is just beneath VWAP. So we're looking for a rebound off the 15, recapture of VWAP, and then a push through that trend line up to 750. That's the price action that I'm seeing here, that based on what you're looking for.
Cyril is asking, has the market already priced in the no change in interest rates? Yes, I got to think that's been priced in for a while. I feel like that CBOE watch tool has been at like 97% pause for what feels like weeks. So I think that's all priced in here.
Yeah. Should be. Mortgage rates over 7%, applications are down. SGN done for the morning, says smoked tuna.
It feels like some of these plays are done here. SLXN maybe, but
yeah, SGN showing you that it's kind of done. But this is where, okay, so it's right down to where what was the gentleman's name? NBS was looking to buy. So this is his buy area. Let's see if we get a turnaround here to 750, because that was the plan, as my understanding goes.
Average options asking, why is PanW falling? Well, it's been on a really nice run recently that we've traded Thankfully, all out the PanW trade here. That one was a good one. Why is this falling? I would say look to the NASDAQ, right? PanW down 3.8% here. Let's check in on the NASDAQ. It was bouncing earlier, but nope, new lows here for the NASDAQ as we plunge to 519. Now, this is only down 0.5%, so PanW obviously leading with the way to the downside here, but I got to think that this is kind of going with tech here today ahead of the Fed. I don't think there was any news here on PanW today.
SXTP,
No.
it's still trying to get over that 200 EMA. It's going to need some kind of impulse move to push over here. NVNI still curling back up. Vink still sideways. SLXN, is this actually going to make that move? And WIS is, I don't know if I said this, but WIS says watch KR at the open when it unhalts. So we are getting a little bit more movement in SLXN.
Lucas giving us some wave theory here. QQQ, the Qs have about a 70% chance to complete a wave C, a breakdown below 517 to 510, and a 30% chance wave 5 break out above 528. So it looks like the odds here based on wave theory is that we go lower here, low end of that range, 510. That'd be a precipitous fall. Okay, folks, we're gonna get over to All Access here. 13, any closing words for the group?
Oh, hey, it sounds like it was a pretty good day, and we'll just have to wait and see what the FOMC decision gives us, and then we'll be back here tomorrow to try and trade off of that news. So, folks, I'll see you then. Try not to do anything silly ahead of that FOMC meeting. We could get volatility. We might not. Make some smart decisions, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, really good stuff here, 13. Take care of yourself. 13's departure opens the spot for Dan. Dan, how you doing today, my man?
Listen, 13's my second favorite after 12, so he's getting there. Okay. He's getting close.
Okay. What do we got coming up on All Access?
How we doing, Rye Guy? Got a fantastic guest. It's Charles Allen, the CEO of BTCS. So looking forward to talking to him, and always good seeing you.
It is always good seeing you. Appreciate you. Sounds like a good All Access. Let's get on over there right now. Producer, we might be having internet issues.
Hey, Zingers, and welcome to All Access. I do have a fantastic guest for you today. It is Charles Allen, the CEO of BTCS. The NASDAQ ticker is BTCS. He's joining us for an exclusive talk today. All Access starts right now. And it is my pleasure to welcome in the CEO of BTCS, Charles Allen. Wonderful to be with you today, Charles.
Dan, thanks so much for having me. It's great to be with you as well.
Hey, the pleasure and honor is all mine. Let's start off. Just give everyone an overview of BTCS.
Yeah, so BTCS, we're the oldest public company in the crypto space. We're currently focused on blockchain infrastructure, specifically around Ethereum. So we help maintain the Ethereum blockchain through running validator nodes, and we're doing block building. So I kind of like to put it, we're kind of like the best of both worlds. We have the exposure that you would get from like a MicroStrategy owning Bitcoin, albeit Ethereum, but instead of just holding it, we're actually generating revenue by driving scalable revenue through our blockchain infrastructure and block building operations. So it's kind of similar to like a Bitcoin miner. Imagine if you took MicroStrategy and Bitcoin miner and put them together. Sure. Without all the depreciating assets. That's kind of us, and we're focused on Ethereum. So right now we're the only public company with a core focus on Ethereum infrastructure, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and who doesn't like the best of both worlds? It's always the way to be. What does it mean to build next generation infrastructure for blockchain, and what does that entail? I know it's can be complicated, but I know you can explain it well.
Yeah, so think about like what Ethereum does, right? Like it's very different than Bitcoin, and Bitcoin's just a store of value, right? It's a digital gold, people kind of call it, but it doesn't really do anything beyond a store of value, right? People kind of hold it and that's it. Ethereum you can build on top of it. It's kind of like a global decentralized computer that you can build applications on top of it. And it's also kind of a form of money, just like Bitcoin. So by having both of those things, you're kind of like, and there are other blockchains apart from Ethereum, but like by doing that, it's almost like investing in like the internet. Like, do you think the internet is going to be around, right? Like 20 years ago, clearly, right? Well, what if you could have actually just bought the internet, right? As opposed to buying a company that operates within it, you would have had a lot less risk. And so that's kind of what you can do by holding, Ethereum. You're basically buying into a decentralized computer system that all these cool applications are going to be built on top of. And we are kind of the infrastructure that helps secure that. Just like a Bitcoin miner helps secure Bitcoin's blockchain, we are a core player in securing Ethereum's blockchain. And we're driving a scalable, revenue model off that.
Yeah, like I said, I knew you could explain that perfectly. I like that. You buy part of the internet. Why would you not want to do that? And let's talk about this, Charles. Why Ethereum? Are you concerned by competitor smart contract like proof of stake tokens like Solana? Why is Ethereum the big piece right now?
I think there's room for multiple blockchains, right? I mean, Ethereum's the number 2 blockchain. So you're always going to hear people say, hey, Ethereum's dead, Solana's coming up. Well, I've heard Bitcoin's dying for over 10 years. And it's, now we're debating, it's on the, president's talking about it. Should it be a strategic reserve? So I don't think Ethereum is going anywhere. I think there's room for competitors. It's an amazing value proposition compared to other blockchains like Solana. And so for a small company, it's a great place to build a business. And we've had really good results when we've moved into kind of the block building. And we put out our 2024 we put out our results. We said we hit management goals, the minimum. So the minimum revenue for 2024 is 3.7 million, which is, over 175% of what we did the year before. Most of that driven by block building. And we put out kind of new management goals, not, guidance per se, with a target of 8 million and a threshold of 20 million revenue. And that's like my goal. Like if we can go from 1.4 to plus 3.7 in revenue to 20, that would be amazing, right? So I don't think, having been in the crypto space for 10 years, there are very few business models that have the same scalability as Bitcoin mining. But this is one of the few ones that you can do in a compliant way, and you don't have all the capex. We don't have to buy expensive machines. Most of our assets are tied up in Ethereum and a couple other cryptos, like we do own Solana. And so if those go up, we benefit. It's kind of like that. You get that MicroStrategy angle. So you get a revenue generating crypto play with a HOODL strategy, built in.
Yeah, which is always a very exciting way, position to be in. And, I'm really interested, Charles, in Builder Plus. How does it work and who is it for?
I think we'll start with who's it for, right? So our business model is kind of unique, right? We're not a B2C, we're not a B2B, we're a B2N. So we're a business to network business model. So we don't have traditional customers. We are a provider to the network. And so what, the way transactions end up on chain with Ethereum and various other blockchains is relatively complex. It's almost the way a securities market would work. And so it's not, if we validate transactions with the validator, that's one thing. What Builder Plus does is we basically build blocks by going to get transactions where people are willing to pay the most amount of money. So if you want to send a piece of mail to me, I mean, you could snail mail, right? You could stick a stamp on it and put it in the your mailbox, and that's going to take 3-5 days. Or if you want it to me tomorrow, you're gonna FedEx it. That's going to cost you $15-$20, right? And so if I want to send you some Ethereum, I'm going to broadcast that to the network, and as the sender, I'm going to pay a fee, right? It's called the gas fee, and I get to select what my fee is. There's going to be recommendations, right? I can pay a little, a medium amount, or a lot. And so, how fast do I want that transaction to end up on chain? And that fee makes a big difference, because if you're going to be cheap and put a postage stamp on it, it's going to take a while, right? And no one wants to deliver that mail. If you're willing to pay like FedEx, someone's going to be like, ooh, I'll take that transaction and put it make sure it ends up on chain. And that's what block builders do. They look at all the potential transactions and they pick the ones that are willing to pay the most. And so that's what we're doing. And then you can it gets much more complex from that, but I'll kind of keep it simple, right? You get private order flow, you can get it from the public mempool. But really, it's about kind of building blocks with the most profitable transactions and proposing those to the network for inclusion on chain. And that's what we do. And then we also, on the validation side, because we run validators, are the ones that are writing those blocks to the blockchain, and that's how we earn money.
Sure. Who said snail mail anymore these days? You want more advanced stuff.
Exactly.
Let's talk about this. I know a lot of people will be interested in your staker protection plan. Can you talk about that?
So really, it's a way for us to control block space. So our kind of starting from the top and moving down, our core goal is drive revenue and improve margins, right? Pretty simple for most public companies. And we've seen progress doing that. The question is, how do we do that? And there's three things we're working on to achieve that goal. One is technological improvements. So we want to be, equal or better to our competitors. And so we had a release that went out today that we moved to Rust. It's a different programming language than Go, and we've moved away from Amazon Web Services to bare metal, right? So faster performance, better languages, right? So that's technology improvements. The other thing we're working on is controlling block space, and that's being able to propose blocks to the blockchain. And in order to do that, you either need to run a validator, which gets chosen to propose a block, or you need to do, which is one of our initiatives, a staker protection plan, which basically allows a validator, not ours, but other validators, to opt in, and they're basically going to sell us their block space at a predetermined price, right? And there's like a profit share on that. And so that's the next thing, right? Like controlling block space. And the third piece of this puzzle is order flow. And so those are the three key tenets that we're looking at in terms of how do we grow revenue and improve margin. And so over the future, as you see releases come out, they're going to fall in one of those buckets, all with the end goal of let's grow revenue and let's improve margin.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating stuff. And how is BTCS, by the way, using Rocket Pool as well?
That falls into the kind of control block space bucket. So basically, the way it works is we could run our own validator nodes, or if we include the validator nodes we have as part of Rocket Pool, we earn slightly more, right? So we put up, to run a validator node, you need to put up 32 ETH, right? That's the minimum to run a node. If we do it with Rocket Pool, they're a liquid staking provider, we're putting up 8 ETH, and they're putting up the remaining 24. They get that 24 ETH from liquid stakers, right? People that want to be able to stake crypto but freely trade it. And so the way that basically works is we have a revenue split with Rocket Pool. So on our 8 ETH, we're going to get the full rewards. On the 24 ETH, they put up the rewards that would go to their customers that are liquid staking. There's a commission that goes to Rocket Pool, and that's split with us. So we get a piece of the total rewards, but we also get to control the block space, which is really interesting. So we get a levered way to control the block space for our vertically integrated infrastructure play. So that's that third, control block space. Like anything we can do to control block space is really important. Anything we can do to get more order flow is important. And anything we can do on the technological improvement side is really important. You put those three things together, and it's the end goal of let's drive scalable revenue and improve margins.
Yep, absolutely fascinating stuff. And Charles, listen, we're living in fascinating times. The new administration. I wonder what you think the biggest changes in crypto you foresee in this next year are going to be.
Well, I think it's huge. I think at a high level, we're going to see more crypto projects come to fruition. Hopefully in the U.S. I hope a lot of those will be built on Ethereum. And also, that's kind of on the grand scale of schemes. For us as a company, it means we should hopefully have, a more reasonable SEC to deal with, right? I mean, we've been public 10 years, and we've probably answered more questions than any other crypto company combined. Never gotten any trouble, but it's just answering questions is time consuming and expensive. And they tend to be either fishing expeditions or educational exercises, and we're just excited for a time where we can run our business and have good disclosure that investors can rely on, but be treated like any other public company. So I think it's a really interesting time with the new administration as it pertains to crypto.
Like I like to say, what a time to be alive. Listen, it was an absolute pleasure talking with you today, Charles. Thank you so much for your time.
Yep. Thank you so much for having me.
Hey, honor and pleasure was all mine. That was the CEO of BTCS, Charles Allen. The NASDAQ ticker is BTCS. And now let's send it back to former Chicago Bears All-Pro punter, the dashing Ryan Faluna.
I wish that I could punt, but we actually made an arrogant pick and picked one in the 4th round. We won't go into that. Good stuff there, Dan. Really interesting. Thanks very much. Have a good one. Sorry about the delay there, folks. Doing our best doing the best we can. But now it is time for story trading. Let's go ahead and bring on Ben. Ben, how are you doing, man? You feeling any better?
Oh, I am. I had the yeah. Was I working? Did I do the Benzinga show from home last week? I may have.
You did. You did.
Yes. Thank God. I'm much better. Flu's nasty, man. That was not fun.
Okay.
How are you doing?
Good to hear that you're better. And since then, boy, we had a pretty huge news drop here with the deep seek stuff. Curious to see how you folks are trading all that.
It was crazy. Thankfully, we went into Monday with a high cash position because I saw some warning signs in the market. Got totally lucky with the timing with DeepSeek, but I thought the market was ready for a correction after the inauguration week, right? That was needed that to cool off, and also I saw some signs with very low premiums on puts actually on Friday, too low. So I got concerned, and we advised our community to be. I was 40% cash going into Monday, so we kind of survived. I'm okay. My account's actually right now at a high for the year.
Okay,
because,
awesome. And
did not have a lot of exposure on Monday.
It sure looked like that down move actually produced a buying opportunity, at least so far. Okay, awesome. Let's go ahead and bring on the rest of the group here. Rhett and Godfather. Hopefully you folks are doing well also.
Morning. Doing great. Thank you.
All right. You guys take it away. Story trading starts right now. I'll get out of your hair.
All right, great. Crazy week. A lot going on, obviously, between DeepSeek the last 2 days. We have FOMC at 2 p.m. today. We have big cap earnings at 4 p.m. today. I mean, there's so much to talk about just from a macro perspective. I'll give my thoughts, and then I'll turn to you guys, and then we'll get into some stocks. But 2 p.m. FOMC, I think, is going to be immensely important for small caps. IWM, TLT. Look at these charts here. IWM getting blocked the 50 DMA. I mentioned this morning on our show, and I've been kind of hinting at this over the last week. I've seen a change in the market dynamics and the money flow away from small caps and towards large caps, excluding obviously what happened to NVIDIA. But even if you consider what happened to NVIDIA, there is a clear change in the flavor of the market, and I think it's because of concerns. Obviously, we're not going to get a rate decrease today. There'll be a pause, and it'll be a matter of is he going to be hawkish or dovish? And I think it could have a tremendous impact, negative or positive, on IWM risk assets, small caps, bonds, TLT. So we're going to be watching that very closely at 2 p.m. Longer term, no matter what happens there with FOMC, I'm bullish though. The overall market and big cap tech and QQQ, I think those are pretty safe despite what's happening with DeepSeek. And then today, the earnings, we got Meta and Microsoft and Tesla and IBM. And I think it's going to be extremely important. All eyes are going to be on comments for Meta and Microsoft and their AI CapEx spend. And there could be fireworks and after hours on some of these like AI infrastructure plays, either for the good or the bad, depending on what Meta says about their CapEx spend. NBIS, actually, wow, this has been so volatile. This was our top pick for the day from the opening price. It's still up from the open, but this one got slaughtered. So like these AI infrastructure stocks, even the TSM was also a top pick for today, which is outperforming so far. That's based on both ASML and hopefully, some anticipation into Meta, hopefully not cutting CapEx, but in any case, yes, Godfather, a lot going on here with DeepSeek and the big cap earnings and FOMC. What are your thoughts on all that?
What do you want to talk about first? DeepSeek?
Let's maybe FOMC thoughts first.
Yeah, look, it's by all accounts going to be a non-event, but that said, you
non-event. You think it's going to be a non-event?
Absolutely a non-event.
Well, if Powell comes in and he says, maybe we have to lean towards, or looking at the data, who knows, maybe we need to increase rates. If he says that, That's not. I don't think that's a non-event. I think IWM's going to get crushed if he says that.
You think if he says that we're going to be we're going to continue to monitor and we're going to be determined by the data, that's essentially what he's been saying. So I think it's a non-event. There's no rate cut forecast. There will be no rate cut. You are seeing a build, as you always do, in volatility to get some protection against, possible sentiment things that could come out of an errant comment or otherwise. But that will crush, in my opinion, and will rally as a result of that, unless there's something from left field, and I really don't expect it. So yeah, by all accounts, I think it's a full non-event.
That's a prediction. We'll see. I'm going to be listening very carefully to what he says at 2:30 p.m. And if I interpret some hawkishness with rates, I'm probably going to short IWM. That's my take on it. So, okay. Moving away from that, then we have the big cap earnings this afternoon, and maybe what they say on AI spend and the impact on these. Look at this Nebius, and what are your thoughts on that? And how do you think it's important? What's going to be happening after the close here on Meta and Microsoft? Their comments on AI infrastructure.
Yeah, there's no question the scrutiny over CapEx budgets is going to be higher than ever in light of this news. Again, I don't expect a big change there. I think you're going to continue to see more news releases coming out downplaying the long-term effects of the efficiency gains that DeepSeek has shown. So, it was interesting to see the reaction yesterday. It was a follow-through and strength on the software names, which are consumers of HPC, high performance compute. The theory there is pretty simple, that their business gets cheaper in terms of processing power. But all of these comments that you're seeing out of Pat Gelsinger, and you're seeing out of Google, and you're seeing out of the founders of AI, it's increased efficiency results in increased application use, which results in increased compute, which results in increased power use, and all the rest of it. So, I think one of the most the lowest down risk trades, downside trades, is on this power side. We saw a ton come out of this group on sentiment on this immediately. But what people need to understand is that, and yes, I think it was valid, by the way, a number of these utilities were, trading up close to tech multiples. But, I look at a name like IESC, for example. This thing was over $300 on Friday, and it's, down under 210 today. They've got earnings on the 28th.
Wow. Is that how big that was? Holy
yeah.
But to be fair, it went up from 200 to 300 on the Trump infrastructure news with Oracle and
they had some company specific catalysts as well. A refinancing of the debt, which makes a big difference to their earnings power. Look, this is an undercover company, and there are no analysts on it, which is why it sees these extreme moves. It also has a float of only 8 million shares. Wow. The founder owns 55%, but you have to understand that, in addition to the demand that we're seeing from data centers, you've got a power grid here where 70% of all of the infrastructure is over 25 years old. In addition to that, you've got Trump and this new administration reshoring. There's a reindustrialization. All of this consumes additional power. So you've got a grid that, since the global financial crisis, has not seen any load growth, and therefore hadn't seen any investment. And you had a lot of companies that were servicing that, like EPC companies, engineering, procurement companies, basically leave the space. So now those that are there, the names like AGX and the names like IESC, these are long-term contracts. It's a roughly speaking, it's $1 million per megawatt to build these power.
190 to 133 on AGX on DeepSeek. Holy crap!
I think you could very much see IESC, post their earnings back up at $300. That's $100 delta. It's 50% on a $200 stock. So that's my prediction. I think that's one of the safest ways to continue to play this. Power demand. Yes, it's, the thematic and the sentiment is driven by data center. And you just heard me say, I don't think that's going away. Increased application use, all of this, whether You need less power, less compute for training. And, Elias Esther has already said, we've already trained all the models on all the data on the internet. So, what's happening with DeepSeek? Well, one of the big innovations is RL, reinforcement learning. So you get more of that, you get more inference demand. In general, the sea continues to rise in terms of compute power requirements. So, and again, there's all sorts of other reasons why the power grid is a great place to invest in terms of industrialization, reshoring, and so on.
So I'm going to have all of these AI infrastructure, not so much the energy names, but AI infrastructure plays on my watch list here in after hours. And I agree with you. I think Meta and Microsoft are going to say, hey, it's important. We got to spend for X, Y, and Z reason. But I'd rather still wait for them to say it to take a trade. Sure. So NBIS, I think probably the most liquid one out of the bunch. I think could have a crazy after hours. AGX, IEC, IESC, TSSI. We'll have a list of them that I'll be looking to maybe trading after hours. So that's
just a quick note on that. Like if you're an AI app developer, you need the tools, and NBIS is the supermarket for those tools. They've already added both of the DeepSeek models. Those are open source. You can cut and paste whatever efficiencies, whatever elements of those models you like, to build your own. This news about Baba having a model that's even better than DeepSeek, that's going to be available on NBIS. So again, this is an integrated cloud provider of software tools, AI software tools, and compute. So it's like a one-stop shop. The demand for their services is not going down.
Okay, awesome. Rhett, did you have any comments on the macro situation, FOMC, DeepSeek, before we move into some individual stocks here?
I mean, I played around with it in the very beginning. I mean, it's pretty scary what it was capable of doing besides compared to ChatGPT and stuff, just due to the fact that you can actually build apps and stuff compared to ChatGPT. It doesn't. But at the same time, I don't know. I'm not some AI expert, so I don't have too much to say other than that on it. So,
yeah, I refuse to download the app.
Yeah, I probably got a bunch of viruses now.
Sam Altman and Elon Musk already know everything about me through their apps. I don't need a Chinese to know anything about me. So I'm happy with what they give me, ChatGPT and Grok. So that's enough for me. But in any case, moving on. Look, we got to talk about PBI. PBI, I've been pounding the table on for 3 days. We completely nailed this. It was our top pick 2-3 days in a row last week, and we just nailed it. Look at these crazy open green candles. PBI is a stock I've been watching for many quarters, watching this deleveraging situation come into play. They're cutting costs. They're paying off debt. Their cash flow is improving. Their PE is really low now. Godfather is going to say more about the fundamentals here, but this is probably my largest position right now as far as a swing trade right now across different accounts. It's my day trading account, my long-term account. But this, I think, is just the beginning. A little reprieve. Yesterday, we said, hey, kind of hold off a little bit. 3 up days in a row. RSI, a little bit overheated. But earnings are coming up pretty soon. February 11th, right? There was a catalyst to kick this off on January 23rd, paying off another $97 million in debt from cash on hand. But in any case, also the short position, there's a reason that I still have a big position in this, despite the big move up, is the short position is massive. Talking about 14 million shares and 9 days to cover. And fundamentally, this thing's worth probably at least 15. Plus, you get optionality upside on any privatization or even partial privatization effort of USPS. I'll stop right there, Godfather. I think you bought into my thesis as well. So go ahead, give me your take on PBI.
Yeah, I spent a lot of hours doing a deep dive on this, which was presented to our community. It is a compelling risk reward and a deep value story, which is, I think, something the market is looking for to balance off all of this volatility that we're seeing in the momentum and the growth. Names, theme names are all over the place, and they're, of course, being whipsawed by things like DeepSeek, etc. This is a company that is essentially, it's a cash cow. They have 2 non-growth businesses that could potentially see growth. They could be beneficiaries of changes that are enacted by the administration to increase further efficiency, and cut further costs out of the U.S. Postal Service. But the bottom line is this. This is a company that's going to free cash flow upwards of $450 million over the next 2 years. This is a company that's got $2 billion in debt that's going to see that debt fall to somewhere around $1.5 billion. This is a company that's going to do around $1.25 in earnings this year. I think that could get revised up as we go through the year and they accelerate the refinancing plans. That number could potentially approach. Some that follow this company or have done so longer than I have are suggesting that EPS number could come in, 140, 150. But look at where we are today. It's less than 8 times earnings. It's less than 5 times EV/EBITDA. It's less than 1.5 times EV to sales. Fully 40 cents or more could come out in terms of incremental earnings for this company in 2025 alone. They've done a great deal of cost cutting. They've done a great deal of debt refinancing. There's some other levers they can pull with respect to factoring receivables, long-term leases, etc. There's over $1 billion that the company has outlined alone in revolvers and term debts subject to further refinancing. Every single 100 basis points results in another 10 million or 6 cents in earnings to the bottom line. So, this thing has traded historically at 12 times earnings. We're now less than 8. You put 12 times on $1.25 and you're at $15. The stock is under 9. That's 70% upside. That's the story in a nutshell. If you want more, join our Discord. It's full. A full deep dive has been posted.
All right, good. We'll leave it at that because there's more opportunities and optionality upside here. So that's been a great pick for our community the last 3 days. Awesome. Fubo showing some signs of life today. This has been a little bit disappointing. Actually, I think that this move up at some point, I think my average is up at like 410, 415. So I'm kind of close to break even. But some interesting action here. Big volume, big opening candle, maybe the biggest one of the biggest ones here in the last several days. But I know your fundamental take on it. I wonder if you have I don't know. When's this going to break out? You have a technical take on this? Look at this.
Look, it's certainly on a relative performance basis. Partly because we've seen weakness in the rest of the market been acting better. It's showing some support around the $4 level, which it hadn't been previously. It was sort of, showing support at around 370. So that's a nice positive change. We got the Super Bowl coming up on the 9th of February. It's probably the most buoyant time in terms of signups for Fubo. Going into that, are they going to announce some promotion, in conjunction with that? Would not surprise me. We've got Disney earnings coming up on the 5th of February. To the extent that they make any comments whatsoever. Look, if they make even a hint about progress towards advancing the integration of ESPN Bet into Fubo and the Disney Hulu ESPN integration into Fubo to where you can, not only stream the games, but bet on them real time on your TV, which was something, by the way, that they talked about 3 years ago when the stock was making new highs. This thing will gap up hard. So it's 25% of Disney's revenues. It's not insignificant. No doubt there'll be some questions about this because it was such a transformational transaction in terms of changing the landscape, the disbanding of the other joint venture they were going to do with Warner Brothers, etc. So really a wholesale change there. I expect there'll be shareholder and analyst questions on that. My fundamental view in terms of value here, it's in the $6.57, possibly $8 range. I've tempered that a little bit just because the market doesn't seem to want to ascribe a Roku type multiple to this name, but it doesn't need to. It's trading at over 50% discount there, which is, frankly and fundamentally too much.
And I was actually just checking. I'm actually up big on Fubo. I looked at my history. It's because we made a lot of money on this big open green candle day. I don't know if you did, Godfather, but in our Discord on January 6th, I made a ton of money. So my effective average, probably down here, like below 350 or something. So that was beautiful.
Makes me think that this is probably a good one for selling puts on 350.
Oh, we did.
Right.
We're short some puts in our wheel strategy. We are short some puts on Fubo.
Oh, good. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah. Also ASTS though, which not good today. Okay. Let's see over here. DJT out with some news today. It's behaving a little bit better here. No, it's actually not 32.24. I took a chance on this morning. A little bit surprised it's not doing better just based on sentiment and what we saw with the Trump coin last week. So we'll see. But I know you don't really. Are you still on those call options that you got?
No, I sold them on that last pop.
Yeah.
When we approached $40 there. Obviously, this thing has a history of large volatile moves. Wasn't sure what to make of this. This morning, I think people were hoping for a long time that they were going to enact a Bitcoin treasury strategy. At least one move. Of course, there were those acquisition rumors of BKKT and actually turning this thing into a crypto exchange. I mean, every time there's a rumor, it seems like DJT's name is potentially attached to it because they've been sitting on 700 million in cash. So
27, BKKT down 27% because apparently this news, they're doing something with crypto wallet, but in conjunction with Charles Schwab. So they don't need to buy BKKT anymore. So that stock is down.
I mean, all they're doing is taking 250 out of the 700 million and, saying that they're going to run some SIG accounts with it and invest in things like Bitcoin and, essentially other things that are beta to Trump's policies, I guess, which just makes this an even bigger Trump proxy, if that's possible.
Yeah, I think this is
currently because
I wouldn't want to be short stock.
Yeah, they've now come out with a formal corporate strategy saying we're essentially going to invest in technologies that make America great again.
Look, with a 7 billion market cap, this market cap was always silly, based on the valuation of Truth Social. But now I don't know that I want to be short the stock even at 7 billion with what they might do with crypto, with what we saw with the Trump coin over in Solana, with now Trump being president. That's a scary short to me. So I think I'm actually don't mind being long a little bit here. Let's see what happens. That's my take on it. All right, let's see. Geo was a huge winner for our community. I hope you followed me. I know, Rhett, you followed me, right, on Geo?
No, not on those calls, no.
No, the $30 calls?
No, I didn't follow you on those ones.
All right. Well, a lot of people in our community where I was accumulating $30 calls on Geo, expiring January 17th for weeks, and then boom, I took off right into my target range of 35 to 38, exactly with the correct timing. January 17th, he said sell half. January 20th, sell the other half in the morning. Made 500% on those call options. That was crazy. Godfather, what do you think of Geo? Did you participate in that at all?
I did not. Yeah, there's also, you saw it too, right? It would trade down when they said they're, simply putting them on airplanes as opposed to hosting them.
That's recently, yeah.
Yeah, and then the different classifications of them as criminals and so on. You've been all over this trade. I give you, full props for that. Just too many other things on the go, but yeah, down at $30 looks like a pretty good support level for this name. So
yeah,
I was out of the office most of the day yesterday, so this is why I didn't. But
right, got back into Geo at the 50 DMA bounce yesterday, and the catalyst of Carolyn Levitt at the White House press briefing yesterday, basically saying that every single illegal immigrant is a criminal, and they're all subject to deportation, and that's why the stock found the bottom there. So that's Geo. All right. We got a few minutes left. So Godfather, you got anything else you want to bring up?
Yeah, I think it's worth reiterating what I talked about on the small cap space is RB, because the CEO had said, and this is ARBE, RB Robotics. These guys do 4D radar imaging chips. Radar and LiDAR and cameras are important for autonomous. But the CEO had previously said in interviews that they were going to announce a German OEM tier 1 in January, and we're pretty much at the last days here. So is that going to happen in January? It sounds like it could be a Q1 thing, and then we're now hearing possibly 2 OEMs in Q1. So just quickly, these guys own this space along with Mobileye, MLBY. MLBY is a $13 billion market cap company. This thing has an adjusted market cap that's now around 180 million. They did a series of financings through Canaccord Genuity. They're fully financed to cash flow. They have a manufacturing capacity agreement in place with Global Foundry. They will start generating revenues in the second half of this year. And from a technology standpoint, there's really only two players, and it's Mobileye and these guys. It comes down to the resolution, it comes down to pricing, and it comes down to power consumption. And what's important here is that they're in negotiations with the bulk of all OEMs for integration of their sensors. How many of those go from design wins, converting into actual production remains to be seen. But to have industry-leading technology, and NVIDIA as well is integrating their autonomous software to work with these chips. So when you've got the number one players in the world all working with your technology, it's something special in a small company. We saw this in Mind, which was a fabulous call and a great performer in the market. And I think the wheat is going to get separated from the chaff in terms of these robotics, LiDAR companies. And this is definitely one that once they start showing, a true inflection, it's already moved from an R&D, sort of experiment to what will be a revenue-producing company. But once they actually show it on a quarterly report basis, this thing will be $5 plus. It has the potential to do exit 2026, 450 million in revenue, and EBITDA equal to its current enterprise value. So, 1 times exit 2026 EBITDA, maybe that gets pushed 6 months, but that's extremely cheap, and I don't think the market is fully appreciating
it. Great idea from Godfather ARBE. When
Awesome.
he speaks, you might want to listen. Let's take a little celebratory round here on OppFi. Oh my gosh, OppFi! I just finally sold most of my shares yesterday, over 14. What price did he give this to our community at? Like 6 or something?
Well, we were buying the warrants at 25 cents, and they're now $4.50. So
oh my
you can
God.
do the
You
math
still
on
own
that
them?
one. It's been, it's been my essentially. They say 80-20 rule, the Pareto principle shows up everywhere. It certainly showed up in terms of returns in my account.
You still have those warrants?
I still have some warrants. I've been trading around them. I traded around them at the $3 level. I expected to see some pullback here, and this is the problem. When you have such a big parabolic move, and the rest of the group hasn't really been following. So we've been saying that the price activity here suggests that there's something going on, that perhaps somebody knows something, that there's perhaps a strategic transaction in the works, because it's really outperformed and outpaced the rest of the fintech group. So every time I sell it, you hope to be able to buy it back cheaper, and it's certainly not been the case here. I wish I had held all of those simply, look, it still screens well on valuation relative to its peers. We saw Lending Club, its closest peer, report yesterday on 2 of the 3 metrics that really matter here. It's, the 3 metrics are loan growth, net interest margin, and write-offs or charge-offs. They performed very well. The reason Lending Club got hit was because they didn't show growth in terms of loan originations. That has not been the issue at OppFi, and they performed extremely well on the other 2 metrics as well. A steepening yield curve lends itself to widening net interest margin, and they've been utilizing AI to their benefit to reduce charge-offs. So I do expect a strong quarter out of them, but it's well exceeded my expectations in terms of recent performance. But I'll take it.
Good job. Big win for community. Ryan, Godfather, if you ever need to fill some programming space, he can sit here and talk for about 12 straight hours. It's got a lot of stuff.
We'll keep that in mind. Also, if he's going to keep finding, uncovering stuff like OPFI here, giddy up. Let's get that done. This is an absolute monster here.
You just told you, ARBE.
ARBE. There you go.
There you go.
There's warrants. There's warrants and options on ARBE, by the way. Just depending on how degen you want to get.
Fair enough. I like how you put that, folks. Really good stuff here today. Have a good one. We'll see you next week.
Thanks, guys.
Good. Take care.
All right, that is Rhett, Ben, and the Godfather from Story Trading. Thank you guys. Really good stuff there. Their departure leaves room for Kevin for Futures Fever. Let's bring him on. Kevin, how you doing, man?
What's going on, Ryan, man? I'm doing good. I'm a little under the weather this week, but happy it's Wednesday. We're getting there. 2 more days till the weekend. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I got to know, did you catch it from Ben? Did we go show to show here with the sickness? And I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, I should have worn a mask when I was watching him stream.
There you go. I'm not sure that would have done anything, but giddy up. All right. What do you got here with the futures market? I know we got the FOMC here today. What's on the docket?
Yeah, so obviously we have FOMC coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern today. So I was expecting a lot of range-bound price action today, right? So no really high probability trades. A lot of big institutions, they wait for FOMC, which leaves a lot of crappy price action for institution and retail traders. So what I'm going to be doing today is we're going to go over some daily time frames. I'm going to go over some tips and tricks for passing Apex accounts because we don't really have a good setup right now. And I'm also going to cover some volume tools like the volume footprint.
Okay, awesome. Sounds really good. Take it away. Futures Fever starts right now.
Awesome. What's going on, everybody? And welcome back to another episode of Futures Fever. I'm your host, Kevin Dubrisky. And to get started, I wanted to cover what is Apex Trader Funding. Apex Trader Funding is a prop firm that gives traders like you and I the ability to trade futures at a much higher rate without putting our own capital at risk. So if we wanted to trade one ES contract, depending on what broker we use, that might require $1,000 or $2,000 worth of margin. Whereas when we get an Apex account, we only need to pay for the evaluation account. And then when we pass it, we pay for the funded fee. So all in all, we're looking at our 167 minus the 50% off. So about $80 right there. And then our funded fee is also around 160. So in total, you're putting your own capital of $220 at risk for the ability to trade up to 10 contracts of ES. So think of it this way. If you needed $2,000 to trade one ES contract, that means you need $20,000 of your own capital, whereas Apex lets you do it with just $200. So really great place to get started. It's also a good place to get started for new traders because it's a little bit more advanced than paper trading. When it comes to paper trading, we can't really attach ourselves to the account because there's no real money, there's no real risk. When we have an evaluation account, it gives us the opportunity and the ability to profit and yet remain cool, calm, and collective without worrying we're going to blow our account, we're going to lose all of this money. No, if I get my evaluation account and I fail it, then I'm only down to 40, 50, 60 bucks. If I get an evaluation account, I pass it, I get funded, and let's say we fail that, okay, we're down 200 and we're back to square one. Isn't that much better than getting into trading, using your own 20,000 and then blowing 5, 10,000 of that? You have the ability to say, okay, let me take it easy. Let me paper trade a bit. First, to learn how to trade your own cash. Yeah, I mean, it's important to trade your own cash as well, but you also don't want to jump into it too soon. You want to be able to have a system in place, regardless if you trade an Apex account, a prop firm, or your own capital. I did have a few slides I wanted to cover too. I've covered these in the past just to give you guys some ideas on tips for each account size. So these 3 account sizes are the 25K, the 50K, and the $250,000 accounts. Now, the goals and the trail stops vary on each one. The goal and the trail stop are very similar on the 25K account, where it's $1,500 for our goal, $1,500 for our stop. So our 2% of 25,000 would be $500. We're not trading with the 2% rule on a prop firm. We really want to know how much should our real risk be versus our trail stop. Listen, discipline is important, guys. No matter what you're trading, no matter when you're trading, no matter how you're trading. Don't overtrade, don't rush, don't trade with heavy size, and trade the trail stop, not the capital. Some tips and tricks. So guys, this is something I wanted to mention, and this is an Apex sponsored show. So you don't need to pass your evaluation account in one day. You don't need to pass it in 7 days. You don't need to pass it in 30 days. You're on your own trading journey. Keep your eyes crystal clear, keep them tunnel vision, and know that you're on your own journey, you're on your own steps. Don't compare yourself to the next person who's saying, oh, you can't trade like that. They don't know anything of what you're doing or where you are in your process. You take it at your pace and take it nice and slow and easy. Trade the eval like you would trade your funded account. I know a lot of people will sort of go heavy in their evaluation account because they expect to pass it very quickly. They want to get funded quick. They're antsy to get funded. But once we do that, if you start over trading or you start getting heavy on your evaluation, then you won't know how you're going to properly trade your funded account, right? Because if you had bad rules and poor discipline to get funded, once you're funded, that's most likely going to continue. And when you're funded, you could also create more cushion. So when we were going over our accounts before, our 50K account, our trail stop is 2,500. If you end up getting more profits on a 50K account, and let's say you bring it to, I want to say 57,000, your trail stop locks in at 50,100. All right, so that is just a few slides I wanted to cover today on Apex. Now, I did want to cover some charts today, guys, because the market has been very, very choppy and very range bound. So we have to make sure we're aware when this happens. So we're not trying to catch every drop or every pop, because as we see today on the 15-minute, and we'll also see that on the 5-minute, every time we try to continue higher, we reverse. Every time we try to continue lower, we reverse. And a good way to view this, guys, because obviously hindsight is always going to be 2020, use the replay system. Let a few candles play out. I see we broke down. I know a lot of people try to take a breakout to the downside. However, I understood that we have an hourly demand zone, right? So this hourly demand zone right here is an area of support. So I understood that market structure might not be in my favor because we're at a demand zone and we're failing to push higher from it. So that tells me a couple of things. That tells me buyers are failing to bring us higher and sellers are trying their best to remain in control, and yet buyers aren't giving it up. So again, we're going to play it out. It's going to look like we're breaking to the upside just for us to reverse back lower. Again, breakout to the upside. All of these breakout traders trying to take this just for it to reverse on us and then go hit almost a new low of day. We have almost equal lows at 60.75, what is that, 60.75 on the ES. And again, it looks like we're going to go lower and we chop our way lower. So now at this point, the question is, do we break down and continue? And what we could do at this point is we could use our volume footprint. So now that we have our volume footprint, and I'll explain to you guys what the volume footprint is. First, we're going to get rid of our drawings and we're going to go to our volume footprint settings. First, we're going to look at the buy and sell. Now, this is normally how people view a volume footprint chart. They have the sell is red, the buyers are green. So what we would look for is we could look for a couple of things. We could either look for sellers to start picking up heavier on a move lower like this, where buyers are weak, or we could also look for heavier volume at key pivots. So a few different ways we could use the footprint chart would be looking at buy and sell, or if we wanted to see exactly what the delta was at this price, it could do the math for us so we don't have to be zooming in or be trying to figure out what's 417 minus 215. Well, if I put the delta on, it'll tell me that's 202. So when I see we have a strong positive delta and we reverse and we don't hold, that tells me that buyers tried their best but failed. And there could be a lot of trapped market participants at this level if we continue lower. As you guys see, we have negative 350, negative 360, negative 400, and we had that follow through. Now at this point, we have our negative 730. That's very strong, but it didn't have the follow through yet. So what I would do is I would watch the chart, and when you zoom in on TradingView, it tells you the total, the delta, the total, and the total buy and sell right underneath the candle. So super helpful there. And another way you could use the footprint, guys, if you don't want the delta, is you could look at the total volume. Volume is very important when it comes to the market because that sort of gives us an idea of how strong we're moving and if we should be continuing. So here we go. Point of control is now down here, and we're getting that breakout. Look at this volume starting to pick up. This looks really great at the moment. So we have our strong point of control. And as we see, guys, the black level we see on our volume footprint is the point of control. So something I like to do when I'm trading is I want to see if the point of control is moving in my direction. Are we trending moving higher? Or as we see from here to here, the point of control kept consolidating, kept moving to 60.78, kept moving to 60.74. So I know that we're a little bit range bound right now. I'm not going to be jumping the gun. I'm not going to be jumping into any trades. And that was something that I was able to read off of the volume and the price action. So once we're able to get things to line up together, if I have a very strong volume node and a strong demand zone, then these things will start to add up in my favor. Whereas if I'm looking to go short and we have strong volume, however, we're in a demand zone and we're holding, then I might look at that as absorption, and a heavy buyer is absorbing all of the sellers. As we see on the volume footprint again, this point of control right here, 3,600 volume right here. When we tried to break lower, volume did pick up too. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we continued, but I would be a little bit surprised because of the current price action. Every time we try to break lower today, big strong break lower, we pulled back. Strong break lower, we pulled back. So if anything, maybe we'll consolidate till another break lower. But right now, as traders, we have to know, and we could check our calendar right here, we have our FOMC, that is the Fed interest rate decision at 2 p.m. Eastern, and that's huge. That's going to make or break the direction of the market. Exactly, Fairchild, exactly, like getting paid to know stuff. When we use our technical analysis and we come up with some type of morning prep, along with our order flow or confirmations, that adds to our favors and adds to our probabilities and gives us a proper edge in the market. Now, something I noticed on crude today, crude gave us a pretty solid trade off of this demand zone. Now, crude oil, however, was in a very strong bearish move. Yesterday, I was able to catch a nice 10-to-1 risk to reward on crude, and that was caught live in the Edgeful YouTube. Now, I'm a live trader, guys. I trade every day myself. I trade with the community Bullish Bears. You could join us at bullishbears.com. We have a live trader every day, and I also do a pre-market prep every day, and that consists of doing some analysis, right? So this morning I was looking at gold and I was looking at oil. So oil, we have a very bearish on the higher time frame on crude since January 16th. This was the end of a high rally, and I'm going to show you guys that right now. We had our very strong move higher on crude, but since this move, we started selling off. Now in the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, out of 6 of the past 6 of the past 8 trading days on crude oil have been bearish. So as traders, we have to trade with the trend because that gives us better probabilities. When we trade with the trend and with our zones and with our order flow, we're no longer gambling. We're trying to take a 50-50 shot. We're trading. We're trading with probability. We're trading with an edge. And that's when great trades really perform well. This was the short. Where's the short I took yesterday? This was the short I took yesterday, which ended up giving us a 30-minute supply zone. And let me see. I'll show you guys the screenshot of that as well. This was a $350 risk, $1,600 reward. And again, it was a real clean trade on crude. We took these shorts in supply. We swept a lower time frame high, as you guys see right over here. So I'm going to show you guys zoomed in. We had a lower time frame high right at the daily supply zone. So when I saw we swept that near market opened, I re-entered my short position and I targeted the next pivot low, which is right over here. This is the next major pivot. Still short oil running against Exxon longs. Gotcha, man. Gotcha. Got out of remainder oil position. Yeah, right now, guys, sort of is back to a no trade zone because oil's been so bearish. However, we are coming near this level of support. If we look at our Fibonacci tool from the low of this trend to the high of this trend, we just came off of that 61%. And that 61% on the Fib often holds very, very well. So what I would look to see is how this daily wants to close. If we could get a strong close to the upside on the daily on crude oil, I'm going to be switching my bias. And for going forward, I was going to say for next week, it's only Wednesday. Going forward, I'm going to be looking for longs on crude given a strong move higher. And that move, guys, might come from FOMC. That's why it's so important too to be aware of news, because it could give us an idea of the trend, or if we should be staying out of it, or if the trend could possibly reverse. So we could check our 30-minute time frame. And as we see, guys, the 30-minute, the 5-minute, just like ES, just like the NASDAQ, has been very choppy. The market opened right here's our 930. We have our opening range break, which is our orb strategy. So we would place our price level from the high of the 15-minute and the low of the 15-minute. And we see we had a breakout today. So we could have possibly looked for a long position on the 5-minute. Let's set our replay system back a little bit. And let's look at the 5-minute. So we had our 5-minute come off of demand. We had our pullback right here, and our pullback gave us a 5-minute order block. So we're coming off of a 15-minute demand zone. We just created a 5-minute order block. So this could have possibly been a potential entry for longs, targeting again this pivot high. Now, the reason we wouldn't want to target a supply zone or a buy side liquidity to the upside on a higher time frame is because the higher time frame on crude has been bearish. So if we're taking a long position, even off of a demand zone, if it's a bearish trend, we're better off targeting the next lower time frame pivot, because we don't want to counter trend trade. And as we see, we did end up getting a pretty solid entry. Target again would have been right up here. So we'll place our trade. Now, me personally, guys, one of my entry criterias is I want to see us enter the order block and then close back above it. So my entry wouldn't be until we closed back above it, and then I look for the retest. So I would wait for the retest, and that's exactly what we got on this wick right here. And it shot right up to our take profit at the next pivot high. And because we're range bound, because the market's moving lower on crude on the higher time frame, we broke that pivot and reversed. Something else I mentioned in the live stream today, guys, was every time we broke a high, we reversed. We broke this high right here on the 5-minute and we pulled back. We broke this high right here on the 5-minute and pulled back. We broke this high right here on the 5 and pulled back. So my gut, or my instinct of trading and understanding the market's structure, is that we don't have good odds or probabilities in this to continue in our favor. So we're better off taking that for a scalp or for a quick move in our direction. This is a 2-to-1, almost a 3-to-1 risk to reward, whereas the trade I took that was with the trend yesterday was over a 10-to-1 risk to reward. That is huge, guys. 10-to-1. So again, it was a great risk, great reward. I think it was 24 was my entry, 74.24 was my entry. Stop loss was in supply again, and it was really just a phenomenal trade. I scaled out of a few at this first pivot, scaled out of the rest at the next final take profit. Something else, guys, obviously we could also look at things like crypto. As we know, Bitcoin is in a bit of a range right now between 92,000 and 106,000. So not the best area to buy or sell just yet. Let's see. So back to crude, really not much going on. Gold as well, guys. If we look at the daily time frame on crude, that's really what I'm waiting for. I don't have strong confirmation on crude until we get our break higher and continue. But if we don't get that today and our FOMC ends up giving us a stronger move lower, then I'm going to be patient and I'm going to wait for more short setups, right? We're going to continue to follow this trend. Now, if we want to look at gold, gold is already above its previous day high. Well, it broke it. Right now, it is below it, right? We broke previous day high. We were in a supply zone, and then we rejected lower. So again, it's just a matter of being patient, guys. The market isn't going to give us an A+ setup every day, and it really does depend on what strategy and system you're using. If you're using a system that requires a little bit of patience, you have higher time frame analysis, you have to wait, then that's the case, then you might not have a trade for a day sometimes, and that's okay. Whereas sometimes you might have one of the biggest trades ever where you're hitting a 6-to-1, 7-to-1, whatever the case may be. A good risk to reward will keep you in the game longer. As traders, our goal isn't to get rich quick. Our goal is to stay consistent and profitable. Consistency is key, and our process is what matters. The profits don't matter if the process isn't there, guys. All right, so again, looking at the daily on gold, and just like crude oil, daily on gold has been bullish. We are breaking this pivot high here. We broke this pivot high here, and now we broke this pivot high here. So we're back to creating some higher highs on gold and some higher lows as well. My biggest issue would be that this bull trend right here has been very choppy, which means there might not be the strongest of support down here. So I would then break it down to maybe a 4-hour time frame, and I would look to see if we have any support anywhere. Well, I see we have our 4-hour right here. We have a lot of demand zones lining up here. So we're going to delete a few just to clean up our charts a little bit, because it's important to keep a clean chart. That way we're not thrown off. We're not guessing all of our zones. Every morning, guys, we should give ourselves 15 to 30 minutes, depending on how many stocks and equities or futures you watch, to go over the charts pre-market and see what might be in store, what might you be able to trade, and what is coming to your zones. If I'm looking for a 4-hour or a 1-hour supply or demand zone, then that zone might not hit for a couple days. Okay, well then if I'm waiting for a gold zone to hit, let's see if crude oil is closer to a zone. Let's see if ES and NQ are closer to a zone. Different markets call for different price action. Me personally, when I notice that ES and NQ are giving me choppy price action, I'll completely not even pay any attention to them, because I know that it's more risk than reward. And I'll look at something like gold or crude, and I'll look to see if they have a better trend. Rarely do none of them have a trend, but usually something will have a trend, whether it's gold continuing higher, gold continuing lower, crude, ES, whatever the case may be. Because we're looking at a handful of different futures, that gives us the opportunity to find a better trade opportunity. Let's see. And another thing we can use is the tool called Edgeful. Now, guys, this is a statistic-based platform. They just updated it, so it looks a little different from last time. And what's cool with it now, and I'm going to put this over here, is that they updated the what's in play. And it has now 9 different tools. So it has our gap fill on ES, and it tells us where the price is on right now on ES. And it tells us where the gap fill is too, 60.96. So 60.96 is our gap fill on ES. We're going to mark that out. That could be our potential target. That's right, my drawings were disappeared. So we have our gap fill. We have our previous day high. We have all these price levels. So something I could then do is I could go to the report and I could see, have we been filling the gap lately, or have we been missing the gap? So we had gap ups filled, gap down not filled, gap down filled, gap down filled, gap up not filled. So we could sort of get an idea, has the gap fill strategy been working or not? Well, if we're looking at 1, 2, 3 of the past 5 trading days, it did fill. 4 of the past 6 trading days, it did fill. Again, though, because we have FOMC today, any type of strategy like the orb, the gap fill most likely will end up playing out. Or of course not, because we have the news coming out. This tool is Edgeful, edgeful.com. So Edge, EDGEFUL.com. It is a statistic-based platform. So me personally, guys, as a day trader, I'll use my tools in the morning. So I'll do my pre-market analysis, as you guys saw right over here. And when I do my analysis, I'll come up with a few potential trade plans, right? If we continue higher and close strong on the 30-minute, I'd like to see a retest of the 30-minute orb for longs, and this is on gold. So if we come back to gold on the 30-minute, this was our 30-minute order block I was referencing, this one right here, and we ended up dipping into it and pushing back higher to supply. So this could have worked out pretty well as a long position, and that was right from our trade plan. And then I also look at the stats. So the stats I looked for today on gold was previous day's range on GC on Wednesdays is weaker than other days of the week when we break previous day high. So I will be patient for the right direction. And what I mean by that is, let's see, we will look at our reports. We're going to look at our previous day's range. And we see, now we want to look, this is ES. Let's look at gold. They also added a watch list thing, which is really cool. Again, they just updated their platform last night. So really, really exciting stuff. So we're looking at standard. We're going to look by weekday. We're looking at previous day's range by weekday on gold. So I noticed on Wednesdays, when we break a previous day high, we only have a 60% chance of closing green. That is very low. Whereas if we looked at something like Tuesday's a 72% chance of closing green. Now odds are more in my favor that we remain bullish. If I look at something like Thursday's 80%, Friday back down to 62%, and Monday's down at 33%. That is very, very poor. That tells me that Mondays and Wednesdays are weaker on gold even after we break a previous day's high. Now, another tool we could use would be performance by weekday, and that just gives us an idea of the percentage of the move on whatever we're looking at, gold, crude. So we'll go to the daily session and we'll look to see, okay, well, I see Wednesday's red day average performance on gold. Wednesday is the strongest day to the downside. Friday's super strong to the upside. Look at this, Friday almost 1% average return, whereas the red days is only negative 0.01%. So really strong on Fridays, really weak on Wednesdays. Today's Wednesday, so I'm going to be using that to my advantage. All right, so that's how I would use Edgeful for the mornings to get an idea of what my trade plans are. So I'm going to write down some trade plans. And what we do, guys, when we create our plans in the morning like this, gives us the opportunity to be patient and not feel the need of FOMO or any other negative emotion that could impact our trading decisions. When we're trading, we should never, ever be emotional, whether we're happy that the trade's winning, upset that the trade is losing. If you feel any type of emotion, there's a good chance you're either too heavy in size or this trade isn't the one for you. Every trade we take should be textbook to our own system. So I use Edgeful in the mornings, I do my analysis on the higher time frame in the mornings, and then I use a tool like Bookmap to spot heavy levels of liquidity where there might be passive sellers or passive buyers. And I use Bookmap on ES, GC, crude oil, and NASDAQ as well, because again, this gives me an idea of the volume and the order flow analysis. Now, our statistics are important, but our order flow is even more important when it comes to the intraday trading, because order flow will give us confirmation if or if not our trade is in our favor. Guys, I do hope this Futures Fever helped. Make sure you guys stick around for next week. Next week, we're going to be doing a free Apex Trader account giveaway. So make sure you guys are around. Hit that like and subscribe button. I do appreciate you all for joining in. Gold is only 10 times price since 2000, which is incredible. That is incredible. Gold up 10 times since 2000. That is fantastic. Guys, have a great day. You guys could check me out at tradingpioneers.com is where I coach one-on-one, and bullishbears.com is the trading education community. We have live traders every day. Take care and happy trading, everybody.